Right, we good to go, Michael?
I'm good.
Yep, go ahead.
All right. Hey, welcome everybody, and welcome to the Northeast, the 2026 Northeast Midwest Prescribed Fire Science and Management Workshop. This is our fourth endeavor, the fourth, what appears to be an annual important workshop revolving around prescribed fire and how we operate amongst the states and amongst all of the cooperating agencies. I'm Dave Salino. I'm the Chief Fire Warden or the State Fire Supervisor for the state of Massachusetts, Department of Conservation and Recreation. Been in the role for about 19 years, and prior to that, a licensed forester. And over the years, the last 10 years, been chair of the Northeast Regional Strategy Committee of the Cohesive Strategy. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But I wanted to welcome everybody. We see a lot of familiar friends on here that have worked on this conference and this effort over the years, but I also want to accent the new folks that are joining us this year. It's very important that we bring new folks into this world of prescribed fire, and we're excited to see you here. We hope that you get something out of this effort. So let's talk about a little bit of history, especially for the folks that aren't familiar with how we got here. The idea of having a prescribed fire workshop goes back to around 2017, 18-ish, when we really recognized the need to bring practitioners on the ground with researchers and science about fire in general, and in particular, how do we apply fire to the landscape, and then how do we interact with each other and collaborate on lessons learned, and learn from each other, essentially, from both of those worlds. And that's the intent, always has been the intent of the workshop. And looking at the agenda, boy, our steering committee really, once again, hit the mark on hitting that objective. So huge kudos to the steering committee for this. I'm going to actually call them out because I think it's important. Jack McGowan Stinsky, Larry Mastick. Larry was our coordinator for the Northeast RSC for many years, like 13 years. Neil Gifford there in Albany, Eric Evanson, Polly Wiegand, Alex Below, Zach Prusek, Ron Guy, Karen Caljo, and then Amanda Ferris from TNC up in Maine. Some of those folks have been around since the inception of the effort of putting this workshop together, and then some of them are new, and I can remember, when they got involved just a few years ago. And so it made a huge difference. So that's the intent, is bringing those researchers together with folks on the ground, practitioners that are applying the science and the practices. I wanted to just sort of take a little bit uh, of of a moment here to talk about the cohesive strategy. And so, those that may be not familiar with it, it still exists. It was started in 2009 through the Flame Act, and it is the National Cohesive Wildland Fire Management Strategy is developed as a framework. And the idea here is to set up some vision and some goals. And there were three of them that were developed. And under the context that we want to safely and effectively extinguish fire when needed, use fire when allowable, manage our natural resources, and collectively learn to live with wildland fire. And under that is three goals, and that is to restore and maintain resilient landscapes, ensuring that ecosystems can withstand fire-related disturbances, develop fire-adapted communities, and this is all about the human part of this story, enabling human populations and infrastructure to survive wildland fires without loss of life or property. And then wildland fire response, promoting safe, effective, and risk-based wildland fire management decisions across all jurisdictions. That's important. Right now, we're at National PL5. Our fire response nationally is firing on all cylinders, no pun intended. And ironically, the eastern area is at a preparedness level 4 because of all of the fire activity in northern Minnesota. That's new for us in what we've all seen as a changing world in wildland fire. So super important that we understand the connection. So cohesive strategy, for those that know it, is not funded on a national level anymore, but it doesn't mean that the framework and the intent, those visions, those goals, and the implementation go away. It's what we've done. It's what we've exemplified in this effort to bring this workshop to you every single year for the last 4 years. When I look at the agenda set up today, it lines up perfectly. We're talking about right out of the gate here, managing fire in an era of change. Boy, are we in it, right? Impacts and adaptation. We're having to adapt almost on a weekly basis, especially in fire response. But even when we talk about prescribed fire or we're planning prescribed fire projects, expanding capacity is something that we can never let off the gas pedal on. We need capacity. We need each other. We need that multi-agency effort. And that leads to honest communications about what we do and why we do it. And we'll anchor today with a talk about partnerships, the importance of building and maintaining those partnerships to achieve our objectives. So with that said, I just typically will end with a little bit of a leader's intent. And first of all, just as the chair of the RSC, the idea of the workshop really came out of that regional strategy committee. The beauty of this is that it's really taken on a life of its own. The steering committee is just rock solid, very impressive, and they took this thing and ran with it. Hats off to you folks all the time when I see the work that you're doing. And however, back to the RSC, we still exist. Because of the changes, we'll probably see it take on a little bit of a different format. The South is still going. The West actually has ended its regional strategy committee, and the Northeast is going to keep going as well. And it's all a matter of being creative, and we've got some creative ideas in how we fund support for the effort. So stay tuned for that. And then just a little leader's intent. So first of all, the old fire person in me comes out and says this all the time. It's instinctive. Provide a safe experience in a safe learning environment throughout the workshop. And so that means both virtual and in the field, right? We do have a second day. We're going to have a lot of folks across 14 field venues. And so just remember to be safe and put some risk management strategies in place for those that are leading those outdoor, field visits. Just keep that in mind. We want you to participate and we want you to share your experiences. And it doesn't matter how long your life experience is or your professional experience is, you have some. And so those of you that are just coming into this field in the first year or two, I guarantee if you think about it and listen to the presenters, that you already have a slide deck developing and you can share your experiences with others in the workshop. We want you to build connections. That's super important. We've always been able to say that's been one of our biggest successes out of this conference, this workshop is building connections, meeting new people, reach out by contacts and emails. Don't be shy. And then a new one I thought about, I've been thinking about a lot, is let's identify those next leaders, those leaders that are up next, right? So, and I'm speaking directly to you folks that have never maybe participated in this, or you're new to the field. You're our next leaders. And so we would love to have you get involved. We're always looking for new horsepower and help on a steering committee or a field effort, or just even being a presenter, presenting, whatever you've learned out there. So I think that's an important one. As we progress, we know we have a lot of talent in our field out there, across the region, across the country. By the way, I do want to say that, this workshop is really well known. It's a regional workshop, but we have participants from all over the country typically that participate. So outstanding. So I'm excited to see the presenters and see the rest of the workshop play out. And I welcome you all. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand it over to Polly, I believe.
All right. Thank you very much, Dave. Polly Wiegand. I am the Northeast Fire project specialist for the Forest Stewards Guild, and I am one of the program leaders for the North Atlantic Fire Science Exchange, and I'm going to serve in the role of moderator today. A few housekeeping things before we roll into the more formal program is we are on a webinar format. So those folks that are participating as attendees, we will be taking questions throughout the program. So please feel free, as Dave encouraged, to be active and engaged and putting your questions in the Q&A box. Our presenters will, each of our different sessions today will have time for questions at the end. And so we'll be pulling questions from the Q&A box and addressing those, but also those questions that are not answered by our presenters during their presentation. Members of the cadre, as well as the presenters, will put effort in to respond to those questions during the program. So without further ado, the rest of the program will be rolling through 4 different programs today and presentations and wrapping up by 11:30 or 1:30, excuse me. So our first presenters this morning are kicking it off with our greater focus of our program is the adaptation and resilience. And kicking off our program is Mike Gallagher. He's a research ecologist and program leader for the U.S. Forest Service Northern Research Station. And he is located in the Silas Little Experimental Forest in New Jersey. If anyone has been fortunate to visit there, Mike focuses on a diversity of research initiatives, including forest ecology programs in eastern pine and oak forests, and operational and planning programs in wildland fire. So he's been promoted into a new position in addition to doing the research ecology, but also serving as the project leader for the Northern Research Station. Co-presenting with Mike today is Martha Sample. She's a climate adaptation specialist with the Northern Institute for Applied Climate Sciences and the University of Minnesota in St. Paul. And her work involves synthesizing and communicating science information on how changing climate will affect lowland, riparian, wetland, and shoreline ecosystems of the Great Lakes in the Midwest, as well as the Northeast. So she collaborates with regional scientists and managers to identify and evaluate the potential land management responses that may help reduce the climate risks and facilitate adaptation in these areas. So without further ado, I will turn it over to them, and they are going to share with us today as far as what we are looking to address for adaptation and resilience in managing fire in an era of change and the impacts and adaptation. So Mike and Martha, I turn it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Polly. Thanks, Mike, for sharing your screen. I'm just gonna kick it off quickly before passing it over to Mike, who's gonna give the first half of our presentation. But I just wanted to thank the steering committee and Neil in particular for inviting us to talk about adaptation and resilience, the theme of your workshop this year. And an important precursor to talking about that is what we're adapting to or fostering resilience to, since that's important to qualify these sort of vague terms of adaptation and resilience. So with that in mind, we're going to start with talking about some of the impacts of climate and global change on fire regimes and fire management. And so Mike is going to start with that, and then I'll be picking up the second half to cover more of the climate adaptation concepts and share some tools that have been developed by NIACS that can be used for planning and implementation in fire management. So thanks again, and I will kick it off to Mike to start our hour.
Thanks, Martha. And thanks, Dave and Polly, for the introduction in the beginning there. So I wanted to start this off with this picture of this little red fire truck in a fictitious suburban New England community or somewhere in the Northeast. Um, this picture is kind of what I think about sometimes. I feel like we've got our little red fire trucks that we love, and sometimes we're using them to put fires out. Sometimes we're using them to start prescribed fires and manage them. And we've got all these houses popping up everywhere, or that have already popped up, really. And you look at this forest and you're like, wow, it looks pretty wet. Um, you know, we got all this non-native vegetation growing around these houses. Everything's really lush and green. Is it going to really burn? And is my little red truck going to be important? And then some other times I think, wow, boy, if this all dried out though, this would be a real pain. All these trees right up against these houses. Um, this is a dead end street that we didn't really plan very well. And how are we going to burn our way out of this situation if we're trying to manage that risk? Um, so, oops, 1 second here. There we go. So sometimes I'm thinking about this scenario here. It feels like we get these big rainstorms and, we're sitting in our backyards with these big patios. The rain gauge is full. There's all these plants that don't look like they're ever going to burn, green grass yards that are going to protect the houses. And looking at this scenario, how are we going to use prescribed fire or management to change this? And do we need to change it? Maybe the problem's solving itself. Sometimes that's how I feel. But then other times, like over the last year and a half or so, where a lot of the region's been in a drought for some or all of that time, I think about this scenario where all the yards dry up, all the vegetation around the houses dries up. Literally everything is just asking to catch fire. All the ponds are dry, all the swamps that we normally would stop fires in. And we can't prescribe burn because it's too dry. And I think, how are we going to manage our way out of this scenario? Going from is my little red truck useful to is it going to be enough? Um, this is this is my last fictitious picture here. But this is how it feels sometimes, where we've got these rainstorms that are dumping a ton of rain in one spot, and we've got fires in another spot that haven't gotten a lick of water. And we've got these houses on one spot, we've got fires in the backyards, and it's kind of like it's like a problem and not a problem all at once, all spread out over the landscape. And it's hard to kind of wrap your head around that sometimes. And so where are we going? This doesn't feel like it's the way it's always been, but it sure feels like it's where we are now. And as we're trying to manage, if you look at the sign here, um, we look we're trying to manage for recreation. We've got forest preservation on our signs. We've got wildlife habitat on our signs, and we're saying help prevent wildfires. And so there's a lot of messages, there's a lot of objectives, and how do we make sense of it all? So to take it to the next place here, we have a fire deficit, and that persists across pretty much all of North America. There's this paper that was done recently by Sean Parks and some folks out of the Rocky Mountain Research Station who looked at all these tree ring fire scar sites. And what they showed pretty much ubiquitously is that despite some of these big bad fire years, 2008, 2015, 2019, we're still not really scratching the surface of how much historically would have burned across our forests. And if we look at some work from Rich Guyette and Mike Stambaugh and Dan Day, who are all in our region, and Rosemarie Mazika, we have this fire history map. And you've probably seen it before. This is a great map. It pops up. It's been popping up for almost 15 years now. And we could see how frequent fires most likely were given that all these historic tree ring and chemistry data. And there were, a lot of frequent fires throughout the northeastern part of that area. Some areas had less, but a lot of areas were having frequent fires, far more frequent than we are now. And so why does this fire suppression matter? Well, litter accumulation increases over time without fire, raising the forest floor humidity. Canopy cover increases, stabilizing the understory temperatures. Cooler and damper forests then burn less, and they favor other species than the ones that were growing there to start. Other species come in that are less flammable, and they reinforce that change, and we call that mesification. Greg Nowacki coined that term, and with Mark Abrams back in 2008. There's a great paper if you haven't read it. And this picture here conceptualizes what that really means. So as fire increases in an ecosystem, in our native ecosystems, you might have a savanna. If you have a little bit less fire, it might be a woodland. And even a little bit less frequent fire, you'll have a forest. And that kind of relates to the canopy structure changing, and the balance of shrubs or grasses with overstory species. Now, if you remove fire altogether for long enough, your ecosystem falls into this mesophytic hole. And if you see the shape of that hole, it's really hard to get out of. It's like a burrow. And that's conceptually kind of what happens. And so as we've reduced fire in our landscapes, all these changes start to reinforce themselves, and we have a harder time getting out of that hole. And so that's where we're seeing a lot of landscapes and forests that we care about fall into. So what's changed? Why are we in that hole? Well, people's perceptions of the landscape have changed, and fire multiple times over time. Our forests have changed. Fire's changed. The seasons have changed. We've got these things we call invasive species that are popping up everywhere. Laws and policies have changed. The weather's changed. Soil has changed. And I'll talk about that a little bit right here. So this is what the dominant orders of soils before we did anything kind of looked like in the United States. And if you look at the eastern United States, we've got some big, we'll just call them patches of yellow, green, and reddish soils to make it simple, since we can't really probably read the scale. It's a little blurry. But if we look at those, we can see that we've got some big areas with these different orders of soils. And if we follow the arrows to the next slide, we can see those areas burned really pretty frequently. The middle area points to a part of the Northeast that maybe burned a little bit less frequently, but still had pockets, a lot of mixed fire frequencies in that area, with the outer two arrows pointing to higher frequency burning. Now, if we move forward, we can see how agriculture and urbanization has manifested across those parts of the Northeast. We could see that there's a lot of red and green agricultural and other impacted soil series around the Great Lakes, around Michigan and Minnesota there, and Wisconsin. And we can see in the Northeast, New England and Mid-Atlantic, there's a lot of urbanization, and farther south, there's a lot of agricultural impacts. And so if we go back to Greg Nowacki's mesification paper, we can see that those places burned with frequent low or mixed severity fire, or a higher severity fire historically. And overall, the whole region really has shifted into this infrequent or rare fire pattern. So what does that mean? Well, the impacts of agricultural history on forest soils and vegetation can be pretty profound. Jay Kelly from Raritan Valley Community College here in New Jersey did a paper recently looking at how composition changed on agricultural soils. And what he found was that the primary paths, so basically in New Jersey, we've got a lot of documentation of what used to be growing. There's been a lot of botanists here. And so the past forest had a pretty consistent native composition in the understory. What we see is the undisturbed forests now have a growing number of invasives, and that's fairly concerning. But what's even more concerning is that the post-agricultural forests are dominated in the understory by invasives. Um, and if we move forward to this next slide, we can look at some of the soil impacts. And so what we see is that there's an increase in pH, a number of other chemical changes in the forest, but a lot of our pyrogenic forests tend to be a little bit more acidic. And then we also see that we've lost the sand proportion and we've gained silt and clay in some of these, in a lot of these agricultural post-ag forests. And so that's important because it changes the base, it changes the foundation of what the forest is growing on, those foundational characteristics that allow some of the native pyrogenic species to compete well on them. And one of the reasons that the invasives are able to compete so well is because of these changes. And so keeping that in mind that it's not just the weather, it's not just invasives showing up, but some of the foundational elements of our landscape have been shifting slowly and a little bit here. So in New England and the Mid-Atlantic here, we can see that 4 centuries of change has had a pretty profound impact on our forests. What we can see is in the left-hand picture is that the pre-colonial forest, especially in the southern part of the map, had a lot more oak and chestnut and hickory, and some more pine. And if we move over to the modern forest, red maple is everywhere, or maple that shows up in red. Might not just be all red maple, but yeah, so we can see that the forest has really changed and it's become more full of mesic species. It's become shadier, it's become denser because there's been less fire. And that's important. So shading is important because shading suppresses fuel temperature. This is a figure from Jesse Crye's paper. Jesse's a researcher at Penn State University, and he did this manipulation experiment where they put litter out. They designed their own litter, put it out, and looked at how it changed in shaded and unshaded areas. They took pictures. They took these little shade covers off and took quick pictures of the temperature of the fuel over the course of a summer day. And they showed that the shading was really important on the fuel temperature. They also did another study that showed that shading or that solar heating is important for moisture and that shading perpetuates moisture in the fuel bed. This was also explored in a recent paper by Peter Bregenzer in our region out of University of Maine, who showed that the moisture in shaded areas, was much greater in forest, and so that thinning could really influence the fuel conditions on the forest floor. And then solar radiation, if all things are considered equal, solar radiation also increases flammability on the forest floor. And that this was a laboratory study, again, from Jesse Crye at Penn State, that used controlled radiation from heat lamps to look at how burning conditions changed. And flames were bigger. There was more consumption when there was some extra, external radiation, like sunlight, as opposed to a non-radiation condition. And so just to tie that all together, our historic fire adapted ecosystems were open, warm, and dry, and our current mesification loop promotes this dense, cool, moist condition. And honestly, a lot of people like it. It looks green, it's lush. And if you're not an ecologist and you're not thinking about these problems, it doesn't look so bad. But it starts to incur a lot of other problems, such as ticks. And that's a great one. I'll circle back to it in a little bit, but it really promotes how we have ticks in our landscapes. In addition, it reduces forest resilience. We lose species that are higher value for wildlife and so on. So now, while we're losing fire on the landscape, fire also is increasing. And this is one of these paradoxes that I'm going to talk about. I feel like there's a number of paradoxes right now related to fire and climate and history that we're going to explore a little bit. And so these the issue here, or the change here, is that we're seeing more and more large fires in the eastern United States. And that trend has been increasing over recent decades. And that's it kind of goes in the face of the fact that we have not enough fire, not the same historic fire that we used to. What we're seeing, particularly in some regions, not everywhere, but that the number of wildfires is increasing, the average size is increasing, and their seasonality is starting to change a bit as well. And this is tied to changes in maximum temperature. And we've been hearing for a long time about, how temperature is changing. Well, and sometimes you go outside and you're like, is it changing or not? Well, the average temperature hasn't changed remarkably in a very noticeable way, probably over recent decades, but the number of anomalous years is up. And that's why you think sometimes it does feel like it's changing. The other thing that's changing is the minimum RH. The average annually from year to year isn't a whole lot different, but the anomalous years that are getting mixed in there are really increasing. And so those are years with greater frequencies of minimum hitting lower RHs. Another one that's important is the number of rain-free days is increasing. And again, on average, from year to year, the annual average doesn't seem that remarkably different, but within years or single year anomaly years are really increasing. And we're seeing this across our region as well. And then we're also seeing that with wind speed, where there's the average annual wind speed isn't changing remarkably, but we're seeing these anomalous years that have these wind events in them. Another factor that's important here is that the warming trends and these moisture trends are really changing the nighttime barrier to fire. And this is a global issue, like those other issues. And so we're seeing fires, large wildfires that have extended initial attack that burn for multiple days. The humidity doesn't recover at night, so you don't get a great opportunity always as much as we used to put them out. And that also challenges prescribed burning, where we have smoldering that can last a long time and create smoke issues and containment issues that are challenging. So again, that just kind of wraps up this idea of how large wildfires can be increasing while fire on our landscape still lags quite a bit or is decreased from historic times. This is just a slide also from that paper that shows how some of the seasonality is changing. And we can see it, we can see in the mid-Atlantic, for instance, that we're getting an earlier shift in our fire season. You can see that in the Central Appalachians, there's a shift also, a bump there around April with wildfires. And so these trends are just shifting a bit and changing the seasonality, changing how we have to plan and think about applying prescribed fire and managing wildfire. So how is it burning more, though, if it's getting wetter? So the Northeast has seen the largest increase in heavy downpour events out of any part of the U.S., up about 55 to 58% from 1958. And looking ahead, how is it going to burn more if it's getting wetter? And so what we are expecting is that the annual precipitation in the region is supposed to grow by 7 to 25%. And a lot of that weather is actually going to come in the winter. So we have kind of this bimodal thing where annually it's supposed to go up, but then we're going to have these big bumps in the winter where we're going to have a lot of precipitation. And less of that is expected to be snow, and more is that is expected to be rain, which is going to change the seasonal dynamics of moisture. The other thing is that we're supposed to get more downpours. It's suggested that we're supposed to get six times more downpours than we get presently. And the time between these intense storms is likely to decrease, but when it does, there's supposed to be bigger gaps. And so that means that we're going to get more runoff when we get rain that's going to change recharge. And then we're going to get more time between regular rainfall events, which is going to increase drying. And so it's actually estimated that there's going to be about a 15 to 40% growth in spacing between storms. And that's going to create this scenario where we're expecting that we'll be able to go from a massive rain event to a flash drought within 30 days or less. And part of that is because of the rain, but the other part that's important is that vapor pressure deficit, or the amount of moisture that the atmosphere can hold or wants to soak out of the environment, is increasing. So if the atmosphere is if the ground is like a sponge, the atmosphere is also a sponge. And both of those sponges are going to be in deficit of moisture and trying to absorb more. And so we can kind of split out these two climate drivers. We've got temperature and precipitation. We have a lot of certainty about temperature. It's going to get hotter, higher, maximum temperatures. We're going to have greater vapor pressure deficits. We're going to have reduced snowfall. And then we have precipitation. And that's a little bit less certain what's really going to happen there or when. So we're thinking that there's going to be longer periods between storms, but we're not really sure when they're going to happen or for how long, and a greater variance between these wet and dry periods, which makes it really hard to predict what's going to happen or when it's going to happen. And it also makes it really hard for the forest to respond to those swings. And so if we think about this precipitation thing as a bell curve, I think we need to think about flattening out that bell curve. If the current high peak right now is where the normal weather is, and the left side is less rain and the upper side is more rain, I think we have to think about smushing that down to where we're going to see, spend more time in those extremes and less time in the middle. And that's kind of what we're seeing. Something to consider is that in the 1960s, there was a major drought. 1962 to 66 that was across this region. And if you're in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, everybody talks about the 1963 fire season. That was during that period. We had a lot of wildfires then. It was really dry. But one thing that was different, this is our benchmark drought for the Northeast. One thing that's different then than we think will be present in the future is that it was also an exceptionally cooler period, which probably mitigated a lot of the drought effects on plants. They didn't have as much evaporative demand, and they weren't as stressed as they would have been if it was an extremely hot, dry period. And so looking ahead, we expect that we could have periods of multi-year drought. We're sort of in that right now in some areas, and that it could be hotter and drier. So how would this affect our forests? Well, like I said before, it's kind of like we have these two sponges. We have the water supply beneath the trees, and we have the water supply in the atmosphere. And if both of them are in high demand, that creates a lot of strain on the forest that can add to available fuels that can convert live fuels into available fuels that wouldn't normally be. And some of the things we've seen in the recent year or two, where we've had these drought conditions, is some of those species that we didn't expect to burn, some of those invasives, some of those mesic species are starting to catch fire and burn in interface fires and large fires. Those things are becoming fuels. And the swamps that we relied on aren't as reliable. This has also challenged prescribed burning, where there's a lot more available fuel and everything wants to burn, and it's harder to keep that contained. Something I have thought about a lot is that if we got a tenth of an inch of rain every day, we'd probably never have a fire, and we'd be in a constant drought. We'd be 10 inches below the average rainfall here. But we probably wouldn't have a fire because it would be just enough to keep the surface wet and just keep everything damp enough. But the soil would be drying out tremendously, and it would be a very stressful situation. On the flip side, we could get twice as much rain as we normally get. But if we got it all at once or in a couple events and then had these dry periods, again, we'd be in a drought condition and we'd have a lot of fires then. And so having that those differences, realizing that it's not just about the amount of rainfall, but also when it happens and how frequently is really important. So I want to summarize really quickly. The past fire regimes have changed because of complex interactions with climate, culture, and historic land use. Altered soils and forest compositions can limit flammability and challenge management, but also create risks, lingering risks for the future. And then these feedback loops have perpetuated the challenges for burning and management. And these can also give sometimes a false sense that fire maybe is becoming less important, and it's not. Summary of the present is that despite regional reductions in flammability and landscape scale burning, large wildfires are increasing and the seasons are shifting and actually lengthening for fire. Extreme precipitation has become more frequent, as has drought. Increased temperatures are highly likely and extreme moisture deficits in the atmosphere and high temperatures are going to stress our forests and challenge our fuels. The growing season's lengthening with warmer seasons, and our burn windows and fire seasons are shifting and less consistent. Looking ahead, precipitation events are likely to be more extreme, but separated. Flash droughts may be more frequent, and prolonged droughts may be more severe. Potential outcomes are that with these hotter and drier conditions, this could actually create an opportunity. There could be a greater strain on mesic species that need a moisture environment and start to give our xeric species, our native xeric species, an upper hand again. This also could make those mesic species more flammable in wildfire conditions. The shift in seasonality might also change how we interact with wind and fire. And we could shift from having more wind-dominated spring fire seasons to fuel-driven seasons in the growing season. Stress from mortality in our forests increases the available fuels. Despite the possible shift towards xeric species, we have to be mindful of the altered soils and what that might mean as far as limitations for compositional restoration. We also have to think about wildfire suppression needs. And outside of our region, the West is expected to have even more fire than it does now. And right now, if you've got friends who are in fire suppression mode, you know that they're around this region, that we're not letting a lot of resources out of the region. A lot of folks are up around Minnesota right now, dealing with fires there, or they're out west. And that removes people who could be working on fuels at home, not for the wrong reasons, but it's just that there's not enough to go around to deal with everything all the time. So opportunities, well, shifting perspectives. So historically, we used to tell everybody that fire destroyed everything. It was a monster. What will it take to start caring about these poor animals in the forest? And how will you look Smokey in the eyes and tell them that you didn't care about their habitat burning down? Instead, we think more favorably about fire. And there's a lot more people who are thinking about it and who are impacted by it. In the Northeast, we have a lot of wild and urban interface. We have the greatest area in wild and urban interface. And if you remember our map of the fire history, all these areas burned historically quite frequently. One important change is that our WUI isn't growing quite the same way that it used to be. We're actually seeing less WUI as some places convert from WUI to urban. But that also creates a challenge because there's a lot more people at risk from smoke when there's fires. Another cultural change is these prescribed fire councils. And this represents literally a national interest in prescribed burning and managing fuels. These different coalitions to provide guidance and training and to work on policy to support that. We've seen a lot of these pop up across the Northeast. Interestingly, and there was some work done by Arun Regmi and Jesse and Melissa Cry at Penn State on private land ownership interest in burning. And it turns out that private landowners tend to be fairly willing to pay for prescribed burning. And interestingly, they're really interested in doing it for tick reduction and rare habitat restoration as opposed to fuel reduction. However, there's a number of barriers, liability, shortage in people to do the work and the knowledge to accomplish it safely and effectively. But those are all solvable human cultural problems that can be resolved. The other thing that's interesting is that, well, managers and the public don't always agree on why we should burn. Everybody seems to agree that tick reduction is really important. Interestingly, the public is overall less concerned about wildfires, but they're really concerned about ticks. And this is an opportunity. I mentioned ticks before. Things like this can be ways where we're accomplishing multiple objectives, and if we can all sing the same song, it's easy to get on the same page, or easier. Interestingly, we, as fire managers, or at least when I put my fire manager hat on, I tend to think about escapes and smoke as my main concerns with prescribed burning. However, the public is really more interested in wildlife mortality, it seems like. This is another paper from Penn State. And part of it is that they don't always understand the professional risks of an escape or smoke. But interestingly, in a broader study, it came out that the public is actually fairly acceptable prescribed fire smoke. And this study looked at different demographic situations and different reasons for smoke. And it turns out that as long as you're not burning trash or burning debris in your yard, people are fairly accepting, or at least somewhat accepting of smoke, especially prescribed fire smoke, and they're more accepting of it than wildfire smoke. And this represents an opportunity, perhaps, to dive into this a little bit greater. So how will future climate change impact prescribed fire across the United States? Well, if we look at the RCP 4.5 model projections into the future, so that's sort of the moderate light climate model, we see that there's going to be a mix of increased prescribed burn windows as well as decreased prescribed burn windows, kind of different areas across the Northeast seeing different things. If we look at the RCP 8.5 scenario, which is the more intense climate scenario, we see kind of a enhancement of that first slide, where places that lost opportunities in the first slide are likely to lose even more, but places that gained might gain even more. And then there's a lot of areas that might be unaffected. So thinking ahead, will the xeric forest win over mesic forest? Maybe it'll be different in different landscapes, but it's an opportunity to think about how we might leverage that. So I'm going to switch to Martha now, but I just want you to think again, as we take our old tools, the ones that we've grown up with, the ones that we've loved, and look at this new changing environment, thinking about all these things. And Martha's going to give us some ways now that we can. I'm going to let you share, Martha. Oops, sorry. Here we go. Did I stop sharing?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
And yeah, and Martha's got some ways that we might be able to adapt.
I hope so. Thanks, Mike. That was awesome. A quick tour of a lot of dense information. And hopefully, and thanks for ending with some opportunities too. I know sometimes this can be sort of the doom and gloom part, but it's not all doom and gloom. So on the not doom and gloom note, we're going to move into thinking about adaptation and resilience. And I think that the fact that like all of you are here today suggests that you're somewhat aware of and concerned about the impacts of climate and global change that Mike talked about on fire regimes and our ecosystems, as well as our collective ability to use management to cope with all of this change and do something about the more negative impacts that we're concerned about. So even though Mike did just cover some of those hopeful trends and opportunities, I'm going to move into talking more about adaptation and resilience, and specifically some tools and resources available to support incorporation of some of these big ideas into tangible management actions. Okay, so adaptation. We're gonna try to put our finger on a couple of these words that get thrown around a lot and can mean a bunch of different things. And so adaptation really fundamentally is just the adjustment of something in response to change. In this case, we're talking about climate change and more broadly, this suite of global change factors. Climate is a big one. But Mike mentioned invasive species, there's pests and pathogens, there's land use change, there's cultural changes, and all of those things are also interconnected and wrapped up that I'm going to be mostly using the term climate change, but really we're talking about that whole suite of global changes in addition to the climate change that we are really seeing accelerate and cause some of these more rapid impacts in recent time, and we're expecting more in the future. So in a natural resources management context, we're often thinking about not just the adjustment of systems in response to climate change, but human assisted adaptation. So, meaning the management choices that we're making that influence that adjustment. Obviously, adaptation, is a term in biology, and species communities adapt over time. It's part of evolution, but that's not what we're talking about as much on like the time scales that we're thinking of. We're thinking more of human assisted, human choices that can influence in one way or another those eventual outcomes in response to change. And again, systems here, the systems that we're referring to in this context are generally the natural systems, really socio-ecological systems that we're managing. And it's important to remember, as there was a comment in the chat during Mike's talk, these are natural and social systems. Humans are part of them, management is a part of them, culture has always been a part of them, and those are not isolated. And especially in proactive natural resource management, the goals and values that we have as decision makers, practitioners, policymakers, those are always influencing how we pull those levers of management that are available to us, including when we're talking about adaptation and adjustment to change. So in this context, more broadly of natural resource management, fire management, in particular in the context of our workshop here this week, we're talking about incorporating adaptation really into the planning phase initially of our work to identify actions that could help enhance the ability of our systems to cope with change, reducing vulnerability, you could think about it in that way, while still meeting management goals and objectives for multiple values, like Mike mentioned. You all are mostly fire managers or practitioners who are involved in that world. So fire, there are probably goals related specifically to fire, but as Mike mentioned on that first slide, we're also generally managing for lots of co-benefits and different values from the public or our organizations, whatever it may be. So the answer to this big question that we consider in adaptation planning is really, it depends a lot on a bunch of factors, including what your goals and objectives are, what this system is, what the change is that we're talking about. And that's, some of what Mike was just giving a big overview of. And importantly, too, it's going to be really informed by those values, the human systems and values, and risk tolerance, and resources available to do actual management action. So adaptation planning is this process of figuring out what adaptation could look like in individual different scenarios based on these site and project specific considerations. And there are a bunch of different versions of this sort of like cycle figure of adaptation planning process, all of which, even if you haven't seen this or a different adaptation planning process, you might recognize it as just like an adaptive management cycle. It's pretty similar. The one that was developed at NIAX and that we use is called the Adaptation Workbook. That's shown here. I'm not going to go too much into it because, lucky for you all, my colleague Danielle Shannon is going to be giving another talk specifically focused on this process and how to use it tomorrow. So we'll sort of leave it at that. for now, but oopsie, but call back to it a few times here. So if adaptation is adjustment to change and management actions are promoting or facilitating adaptation, that still can mean a bunch of different things. And so one way, sort of on a theoretical level, to think about this loosely is through concepts of vulnerability, which I've been more exposed to through working on vulnerability assessments. Maybe some of you have been working on vulnerability assessments or have even been roped into the recent NIACS update of the Region 9 vulnerability assessments. But really, we can think about this as, we're reducing vulnerability through adaptation work, reducing the vulnerability of our systems to those changes that we anticipate will occur. And so there are a couple of factors that contribute to an ecosystem's vulnerability, not just the changes that are going to occur, which are those impacts. And there's actually two different components to potential impacts. We can think about exposure, so like the magnitude of change. So like the map figures that Mike just showed, exposure to something like change in fire frequency or change in precipitation is going to vary spatially and temporally. So all sites aren't going to have the same level of exposure. And then a system also has, or species or whatever, has inherent sensitivity to those potential changes. And so those are a little harder to manipulate through management, not impossible with some sort of resource intensive things. But the potential impacts are like what we try to understand on this bigger picture from what we know from all of the different sources of knowledge and ways of knowing that we have about what change has occurred and what we predict to have happen. But sort of the flip side, an easier way I think to think about reducing sensitivity is this other component of vulnerability, which is adaptive capacity. And I wanted to highlight this because when we think about resilience, resilience is a super slippery word that means a ton of different things to a ton of different people. We all sort of like vaguely have this sense that it's a good thing in the context of climate and global change. But thinking specifically about management actions and how they contribute to reducing vulnerability, this adaptive capacity concept here is kind of synonymous to one way that we often use the word resilience in adaptation for natural resources. We're talking about like if we're increasing adaptive capacity, we're increasing the system's ability to cope with change, to bounce back from change, ability to survive even through that continued change. And that is something that I think is a little bit easier to conceptualize, like how we might do a management action that could help support increasing adaptive capacity. And oftentimes these are not like new ideas that like flew in from outer space when people started getting concerned about climate change. These are actions that follow principles of sustainable management and conservation and restoration that already form the foundation of much of natural resource management work and work that folks are doing on the ground. So, things like increasing diversity, like fundamental principles of like wise ecological management, often are, form the core of these concepts. Okay, I'm time checking myself too. So one more little conceptual bit that I wanted to present here is that obviously this still, my point from these last slides is like adaptation can mean a bunch of different things. We want to leave that broad because there are all these different situations. People are going to want to do different things. Spoiler alert for the next part of this talk. But one way to help kind of group those ideas that sometimes helps folks organize in their head, like why they would be picking one thing over another, is the spectrum of options. And there are different versions of this as well. In the NIACS world, we tend to use resistance, resilience, transition as a way to represent this spectrum of ideas about adaptation that spans this gamut from reducing impacts and maintaining current conditions on one end to really forward looking and like anticipating and promoting change when when that might seem necessary or prudent or more cost effective or whatever it may be. So resistance, meaning improving defenses against or in light of change to maintain relatively unchanged conditions. This can be pretty difficult in light of the changes that we've seen and we're talking about, but is sometimes still a priority due to those human values or, maybe even like legal requirements, things like that. Resilience is thinking about, again, sort of a slightly different definition of resilience here, but accommodating some degree of change, but encouraging, maintenance of at least those like structure, function components, if not necessarily like same species composition or things like that. And then transition is intentionally accommodating that change, like looking at the modeling, looking at the writing on the wall, looking at what has already happened and saying, we don't think that our current conditions can persist into the future. And we don't think that if we do passive management, it's going to turn into something that we're happy with without intervention. And so we're going to go in and try to, like plant a different species or do assisted migration, things like that. This is important, incorporating adaptation into management, planning and management is important because, again, we have these current conditions historically, or, for the past, under the current management regime or up until, 50 or so years ago, whenever it was, people started getting concerned about climate change on different timescales, but it used to be sort of the paradigm that we had current conditions, we were doing business as usual management, and if that was producing desired conditions under, this static, relatively stable climate at, decadal or longer timescales, then that's fine. You just keep doing business as usual management, and there's no problem. However, we just heard Mike talk about all these impacts. We've seen them with our own eyes and experienced them in other ways, and we know that this is, we can't have that assumption any longer of similar baseline climate conditions, and we have all these different impacts that are accumulating and interacting with each other. And we know from research and other sources that things are likely to keep changing. So we have this. Don't worry too much about this figure if it's confusing to you, but we have this sort of gray plume here representing future climate, uncertainty to some degree. As we move farther into the future on the right side of this graph, there's more uncertainty because it's harder to predict longer into the future. We have our desired future condition here on the left. And at this point, trying to maintain, given climate change is happening, maintaining our current forest condition really is no longer like a business as usual thing. It's really more of a resistance option, like I was just talking about, where we have to actively work to keep things the way they are. That's not probably what's just going to naturally happen given all the things we are experiencing and expect. So we have a, whole, again, the spectrum is sort of flipped in this graph to be vertical on the right side, but there are, infinity different options of what things could look like given different degrees of exposure, sensitivity, adaptive capacity, but also management intervention. And so that's where thinking about adaptation options and what those desired future conditions are and how we're going to get there from current condition is important. Okay, so we have the adaptation workbook cycle, which you can attend Danielle's talk about and this exists to help incorporate these climate change considerations into project-specific planning. And a tool that NIAX has developed as a really important input into this process in this fourth step here are what we call adaptation menus, which support identification of adaptation actions given the goals of a project, the climate impacts and vulnerabilities, and management objectives. And so these menus are essentially lists of possible, like intended to be comprehensive as possible, lists of possible actions. And in the same way that a restaurant menu lists all possible options for your meal, and you're not going to want all of them at once, and you may not want different things on different days, and different people may want different things. Adaptation menus similarly attempt to cover a wide variety of actions with the understanding and an expectation really that a manager or planning team using this planning process won't want or need to like order everything, but what they select will be based on their particular circumstances at that time. And so as a result, it sometimes surprises people who are new to these menus that they have opposing ideas, like they have things, they contain multitudes. And in an effort to elucidate options that are going to work in different situations, there are things that like would make no sense to do at the same time. And we understand that it's part of the definition of these menus to include things that are maybe going to work in one very specific circumstance and another that wouldn't work but would work for someone else. And in that way, because of how these are designed and set up, menus are explicitly intended not to be prescriptive. It wouldn't make sense again to like look at this and say, this is a BMP's list of things I'm supposed to do. It's really something that you have to incorporate into a planning process and bring in all those different factors from an individual project. Okay, adaptation menus have also been designed and developed to try to fill gaps and build bridges between these big concepts about adaptation and resilience, resistance, resilience, transition. Dave mentioned at the beginning, things like the cohesive strategy give like these high level guidance. I think I wrote it down while he was talking, restore or maintain resilient landscapes. That's awesome. That's a good high level picture. But like when I am writing my management plan, what does that mean? Again, it means a different thing for different people. And so menus like this are designed to take that big high level guidance, big ideas like be resilient, and actually step you down into what that looks like for a management action on the ground. And so a way that this is facilitated is by structuring the menus in sort of this hierarchy where we have strategies at the highest level. So most menus have like 5 or 10 strategies, which are the broadest level of idea. Nested within strategies are usually like 1 to 4 approaches, which get a little bit more specific. And then within each approach, it's really up to the manager individual using the menu to figure out what exactly specifically that looks like on the ground. And so in the menus, in our publications, we provide examples of tactics, but they're always framed in that way as examples because, again, we don't want someone to just read it and say, like, circle it and say, this is what I'm doing. It really is supposed to spur thinking, give someone a place to start, connect these ideas, but acknowledge and honor that it's going to look different for everyone and it requires incorporating all those other steps of the process. So I am getting really late on time. So I'm just going to mention that the fire menu, which we're sharing here today, was developed a handful of years ago at this point as a way to use this process to specifically in the disciplinary area of fire management. And so it was co-developed by a group of researchers and managers together working on exactly what Dave was describing at the beginning too, trying to connect science to management practice and incorporate adaptation concepts there. And the menu has these 10 strategies, again, that sort of intentionally span this gamut between resistance, resilience, and transition. And so some of the strategies and nested approaches apply more to one of those concepts than the other, and some really span that whole spectrum. So our first one is like super fundamental. Lots of folks who use the fire menu see this and are like, duh, like that's the core of it all. Sustaining fire is a fundamental ecological process. I don't think I have to get you guys on board with that. But we look at some of the approaches and we see that some are more oriented toward like restoration, maybe a resistance side. And then that second approach is maybe looking more at like ways to use fire as a process in novel ecosystems, which is more maybe thinking in more of a transition sort of way. And an interesting thing too, I want to point out about this and other strategies and approaches of the menu is like this, again, like this is not inherently a climate adaptation concept. Like sustaining fire as a fundamental ecological process is like the foundation of all of your work. But the actual publication that we've written up for this fire menu provides a lot of, it's basically a literature review. And so it provides a lot of citations and justification. And then using a process like the workbook that Danielle will go over provides basically like a paper trail or receipts of even if you already knew that you wanted to do this, you can show that you're intentionally considering climate when you're making these decisions and connecting things you may already have been doing to the benefits they have for adaptation. So again, this is not like, I know this is not rocket science. This is a review of existing concepts and framing them in a different way that can be helpful for planning for adaptation. So I'm just going to kind of go through these quickly because it's a lot to digest, and we're going to provide some links at the end for you to peruse these on your own. And again, I think if you peruse them and then attend Danielle's talk, you'll be set up to like really understand how all of this fits together. But the other strategies that we have in the menu that are more oriented toward resistance concepts are strategy 2, which is reducing the effects of biotic and abiotic stressors affecting fire regimes, including non-native invasive species, pests and pathogens, and then some of those land use changes that can threaten fire resilience, and then also reducing the risk of unacceptable fire, which is more of a wildfire strategy. And we're defining unacceptable fire as a fire that's undesirable for whether it's an ecological reason or a social value or need. In that case, there are some situations, obviously, where suppression is still a tactic folks use. And so that again is a resisting the change because of our values, not necessarily a resilience or transition strategy. Kind of in that interspace between resistance and resilience, we have some strategies oriented around post-fire recovery and promoting just sort of, again, general concepts of ecological health, conservation, restoration to enhance resilience. And again, maintaining structural community and species diversity, fundamental concept. We're talking about it in this case in the sense of using fire and fuels treatments for that for climate adaptation. More in the resilience camp solidly, we have identify, promote, and conserve fire and climate change adapted species and genotypes. So thinking about promoting species that are expected to be better adapted to future conditions, climate or fire regimes, and using plant materials, sort of like a assisted population migration idea within the assisted migration spectrum, where really we're talking about like seed source here and not actual species migration, to promote adaptation. And then in our more transition camp, we're looking at those more forward-looking, promoting change, active, directing ideas like facilitating adaptation through the, assisted migration of species using fire as a tool to align vegetation communities with changing climate and fire regimes intentionally. So maybe like increasing the frequency of prescribed burning, even though that's not the historic condition, saying like, we think this is going to happen more often. So we're just going to start that process on our own. And then using fire events as opportunities for realignment, again, more of a post-fire strategy and more of a wildfire oriented thing, but not exclusively. Just looking at, what is coming back? Are we seeing ecosystem type change in response to these large disturbances or wildfires that are uncharacteristic or undesirable, and just sort of more accepting that and even promoting those changes. And then our last two strategies are about human dimensions and how our management systems and social systems interact for adaptation, and acknowledging that that's really important and that we have a lot of constraints that make it difficult to do the more ecological adaptation things, and some of those are like really baked in, and Mike spoke to some of those too, Dave as well. And so to be adaptable to all these changes, there are things that we can do in our human systems as well, like promoting organizational and operational flexibility and promoting fire adapted communities through treatments, but also education. Okay, I'm going to skip through all of this. Oh, so sad because I don't have time. But one last slide here, just to say that as a place to leave you, what I hope you can take away is that beneficial fire, prescribed fire, managed wildfire is something you've been doing. You've been framing it for all of the benefits you understand and see and appreciate about it. And it also can be a tool for climate adaptation if we're thinking intentionally about it in that way and considering the adaptation benefits of those management practices around fire. And so it can be a tool to promote future adapted conditions. It can be a tool to achieve adaptation goals that might be unrelated to fire, just like those like density management or wildlife habitat, whatever it may be. So it's really all about that framing and intentionality. And really it's been an adaptation technique and it continues to be an adaptation technique, potentially just with some tweaking where necessary to align intent with actions. But also, I want you to take away that adaptation is a tool for fire management. So that's more of like the adaptation planning processes that we're talking about. So Mike was mentioning that climate change, global change can make it harder to use beneficial fire. You know, the changes in burn windows, change in number of days that are suitable for burning. We know that business as usual management practices may no longer be safe or feasible. And outcomes of business as usual management may no longer be desirable. And so by incorporating adaptation intentionally into planning, it can help us be clear-eyed about impacts and risks and also creative about finding solutions that can meet our goals with change taken into account. Thank you. Sorry for going a little bit over. But yeah, really appreciate being able to speak with you guys. This QR code is a link to our paper. You can also find a ton of resources on the NIAX webpage, which is forestadaptation.org. Danielle will have so much more to say about that. Happy to answer questions in the chat since I don't think we have time.
Thank you, Martha and Mike. I am pitch hitting for Polly, who is having some internet issues, but that was fantastic. Having gone through the workbook, the NIAX workbook for the pine bush, having seen the example for the Ossipee pine barrens that TNC did, I really appreciate all the work that you all have put into making what is a bit of an overwhelming topic extremely manageable. And the NIAX process is really exceptional in thinking about adaptive planning. We do have a couple of questions in the Q&A. We have a 5-minute break scheduled until 10:20. So if you and Mike are willing to hang out for a couple of minutes, we can try and answer one or two of these questions while I get ready to introduce Xander. You guys game for that?
Sure. Right. Xander, fellow co-author of the fire menu.
Sweet.
Good transition.
Excellent. All right. So we have 3 here in the Q&A. This first one is for Mike. In your slide about modeled opportunities for prescribed burning, showing a lot of blue in the east, less days to burn. Is this mostly due to forecasted extreme conditions or also encompass other reasons?
So that encompasses extreme conditions where it might be too sporty to burn, but on the other hand, also that it might be too wet to burn. And I think you can lose burn days because it's either too flammable or not flammable enough. And you have to kind of dive into the paper to look at specific locations because some locations gain burn opportunities. Part of that's also the seasonal changes with seasons lengthening and whatnot. So it's sort of nuanced what's happening where.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. I see that, Martha, you're addressing one of the other questions. So, Mike, the third question in here from Shlamaya, asking about pyrogenic forests and soil acidity. He says, why do pyrogenic forests tend to be more acidic? Is this true? Also, when fire has been removed, but the same suite of species remain, or is it connected directly to repeated fire? So is fire influencing soil acidity?
So I don't think that's really well, I mean, some of the species, pine trees, pine needles, oak litter, tends to support a more acidic soil. But on the other hand, we tend to lime a lot in agriculture, and add soil amendments that change the soil characteristics. The other thing too to think about in areas where you've had livestock. I used to work next to a dairy farm for a while, and the livestock and the farm I worked on had been a dairy, and the lasting effects of animals, eating and churning up the soil and their residues really changed that composition. And so it's not. I think there's also just an underlying soils are different,
Yep.
baselines. Yeah. Next one.
Do you think mesification? So if a site was acidic with mesification, that's going to over time reduce the acidity, right? It may not necessarily bring it to be basic, but it will bring it closer to neutral. Yes.
That's outside of my wheelhouse, to be honest.
I'll follow up with Greg on that.
So one thing I wanted to circle back to real quick about the first question about burn windows changing. I want to remind everybody that these averages can be deceptive too. And that was another slide I had, is that while averages might change one way or the other, in between years, it can be different. So it doesn't mean that you'll never have an opportunity ever. It just means on average, things are changing.
Right. Hey, thank you both. I don't want to dig into Xander's time because he's got a lot of great stuff to share with us as well, but you guys did a fantastic job. Thank you for the work you've been doing and for presenting and opening the workshop this morning. So up next, Xander, Thank you. Xander, if you want to share your screen, you should be able to do that now while I introduce you. But next up, we have Dr. Xander Evans. Xander is the Executive Director with the Forest Stewards Guild based out of Santa Fe, New Mexico. Unfortunately, Xander, that's all the information I have. So if you want to say anything more about your background, feel free. But the floor is yours, my friend. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm actually, I won't spend any more time on my background, although I will note I did get to work with Martha Sample on that fire adaptation menu, because that was a lot of fun. But really, I have the privilege of being able to present other people's work. That's my favorite role. And the team at the Forest Stewards Guild, Mike Lynch, Shanda, Riley, Eitan, put together this report that I'll be talking about. So I have the privilege this morning of talking about certified prescribed burn manager programs. And we'll dig into this and hopefully have a bunch of time for questions and comments and maybe give you a little bit longer break. So not only did we have a great team at the Guild putting this report together, but we were really fortunate to have a wider steering committee because this was a national effort and there are a lot of particularities, a lot of nuances that we wanted to make sure we were capturing and including. So it would not have been possible without folks like Emily Homan, Laurel Keys, Larry Mastick, Mike Norris, Zach Persak, Jack Rink, Jonathan Stober, and Morgan Treadwell. So really appreciate all their help. And we talked to a whole bunch of folks running prescribed burn manager programs. So folks who are willing to be interviewed, obviously, were the real source of insight and inspiration. So this report is available online, and I can't do two things at once, so I'll put the link in later. But I think if you Google it, it'll pop right up. It's also on the Guild webpage. And it has, I'll just be giving you all a quick summary of what's in the report. But if you want to cite it or if something I say is confusing, you can dig in and read the full shebang. So a little bit of context here before we get too deep in. Mike and Martha did a great job setting me up for this because we've already talked about the importance of prescribed burning. Mike laid out very clearly in the Northeast why fire is a key part of the ecosystem and how important prescribed fire is. And I also want to note in this context that there's additional evidence and highlighting of the unmet need for prescribed fire nationally through various fire needs assessments. So many states and some regions have an assessment of what the ecological and community needs for fire are, and that can really drive the pressure to increase fire on the ground. And that's really this next point, pace and scale. That's our quick heuristic, quick reference for the idea that we need to increase the pace. We need to move faster. Change is happening much more rapidly than our management. And we need to treat or touch or engage with more acres, right? This needs to happen more broadly across the country. And although I'm a Yankee by birth, I'm sitting out here in the West, and this is something we talk about all the time in the Western U.S., and I think more and more is relevant as we see the kind of changes that Mike and Martha talked about rippling out in the Northeast. So probably the last bullet here should be the next bullet, and that is throughout this presentation, I'll use the phrase Certified Prescribed Burn Manager, or CPBM. That's really a blanket term. Some states or organizations use slightly different phrases, but just for the sake of consistency and not to tangle my tongue, I'll use CPBM throughout. And the CPBM programs are designed to help meet the need for prescribed care, and we'll really talk through how and why they do that. So certified prescribed burn managers provide a formal, standardized instruction on a whole range of things that you all either know or can imagine that you would need to conduct a safe prescribed fire. Things like fire planning, fire behavior, smoke management, safety, and regulatory compliance. So all those pieces are part of CPBM programs. There's different mixes that we'll get into. And many of them have a shared set of stated outcomes, sort of goals for the program. And often one of the first ones is to restore fire-adapted communities. And we can think about that as ecological communities, and then really a restoration is an appropriate term. We can also think about them as human communities and fostering communities, whether that's pitch pine of Long Island or out here with ponderosa pine. Human communities that are nested in a fire-adapted ecosystem have to be ready for fire. And that's a pretty key idea that cuts across the country. One of the pieces we want to do is we want to mitigate wildfire risk, and we can talk about that in terms of reducing fuel. But I think CPBM programs mitigate wildfire risk in other ways as well. CPBM programs often work to clarify the liability standards for folks conducting burns, and we'll hit that again and again in this next few minutes here. They standardize training and permitting, so rather than a patchwork, they give a little bit more guidance and direction. They increase capacity and capability of burners, so folks who might feel a little nervous or hadn't done as much burning will be able to get out in the woods with more knowledge and more skills. And then the last piece is really important. We talk a lot about them from the forestry side originally, but we talk a lot about the social license to operate in forestry. And I think the same is true in fire. As a part of forest management. And so increasing the public's confidence in prescribed fire is really crucial to getting more good fire on the ground, and a solid formal program to certified prescribed burn managers can help do that. So how do we create this report, or how did they, I should say? The team interviewed folks in 43 states. Usually that was the person running the program, and they're probably, I'm not looking at the full list, but probably a few of you on this call were interviewed for this report. And there were 22 states where we were able to interview people where CPBM programs are running. There are 5 states where the program is in development. And then 16 of the 23 states without programs were also interviewed, just to get a sense of the sort of flip side of why folks don't have a program or if they might want one. Each interview was about an hour long. They were both categorical and open-ended commentary. And a key thing is that this report was a fact-finding effort, trying to set the baseline, set the stage, and not a report designed to really change practice or promote a particular approach. And so it wasn't an effort to build consensus or anything like that. And I'll touch on that a little bit later again, because it brings up some questions. And when I've presented this material before, we've gotten into some good conversations about really next steps. And okay, so this report provides a baseline. Where should that be driving us? What does the data and science and experience tell us is the next step? So where are these CPBM programs? You can see the states in that darkest blue are where there are existent programs. There are a few like Montana and Minnesota where those programs are developing. And then there are a number of places without CPBM programs, and then a couple of states where we weren't able to get folks to interview. So as far as we know, there aren't programs, but yeah. So in the Northeast, Midwest, we're seeing maybe 2 patterns. One is in the East, no CPBM programs, and then Michigan, Wisconsin, obviously from the map, you can see that there are some programs out there. So we've got a little bit of mix, and Minnesota coming online. So we'll start here and think a little bit about the states without a CPBM program before we dive into the nuances of those that do. And it's worth noting that there are really 2 kind of groups within this set of folks who don't have CPBM programs. One is in the Great Plains. The folks that were interviewed said, hey, you know what? We feel good about the way we're burning right now. And it's sort of, they I don't know if this was something they said specifically, but the impression that I got from the interviews was, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They're getting fire on the ground. They have good structures for building community around prescribed fire, and the CPBM program might feel a little too heavy, too much extra bureaucracy, essentially. And so there was sort of a sense from the Great Plains, hey, this is working. There were other states, and I think some of the New England states fall into this category, that in the future, a CPBM program could be really beneficial for their state. So hopefully this report could be useful for folks noodling on how a CPBM program could work in your state. Why don't states have CPBM programs? Well, these are pretty obvious, right? Funding, that's something we always complain about. But it is a real issue. Doing good, safe fire is not necessarily inexpensive. But there are also issues around liability. And Mike Gallagher had a slide on this in his presentation where some of the key barriers to getting good fire on the ground are those legal ones. There's also this question of perceived demand, and I think this might be the place we just on this morning we might actually be able to make some progress on. And I think the demand is out there, particularly in places like New England, where we're really seeing a recognition and a growth of fire culture. So I think that's something that's changing quickly. And then there is this issue around many of our state agencies, particularly in New England, Northeast, haven't had the history of fire management. Maybe there's the suppression side, but there's a learning, a cultural piece, and a need to develop that. And obviously, at the state level, there's a political piece, and decision makers have a lot on their plates these days, and this may not rise to the top, and so there might not be that driver. So switching to the states that do have certified prescribed burn manager programs, who are they targeting? Who are these classes programs for? And particularly initially, it was really focused on professional burners and those that might not be included in an agency training by default. So if you're in a state agency involved in fire, there's probably a pretty clear pathway. But if you're not, if you're outside of a structure, it may be very difficult to get that training. And so CPBM programs are perfect. Landowners are another really important category. And I think this is probably one that is relevant in the Northeast, but maybe growing rather than large already, whereas in other areas of the country, particularly say the Great Plains or where there's grassland burning, right? That's already a part of the culture. The Southeast, another well-worn example where landowners are really comfortable burning and it's an expectation of land ownership. And many times these CPBM programs have a bit of a tiered structure. So as everybody on this call knows, all burning is not the same. There's a complexity gradient. And so you could have a relatively simple meadow burn that has pretty good boundaries, low complexity, or you could have an area that has high density of fuels and proximity of values at risk, homes, etc., which will be high complexity. And so thinking about tiering that training is really useful, because if somebody is just worried about burning a blueberry patch or something, maybe they don't need that high complexity training. They don't need to invest that time. Whereas if you do have a high complexity burn, boy, you really need to get all your pieces in line to make sure you can handle that complexity. How do CPBM programs roll this training out? Well, often there are some prerequisites. So there's some expectation of work on your own, or experience from working in a volunteer fire department or something. So there's some prerequisites. So you come into the class a little bit knowledgeable and ready to dive in. Often these are obviously different across states, but usually the CPBM programs have some classroom instruction, and those cover things like forest ecology, safety protocols, weather and its interaction with fire, smoke management, legal responsibilities. And these can be 2 to 4 days, and they're usually wrapped up with some sort of exam, sort of documenting a good way to check, okay, this student was listening, this participant was paying attention. And ideally, they have a field component. And so this is probably the more difficult side of it, but getting folks out to be part of a burn or at least view a demonstration. And then there's also in a number of CPBM programs some documented follow-up, some mentoring, because we all know that you got to do this work to really feel confident. So I think this ties back to, there's an old saw that I'll get wrong, but basically if you tell somebody something, it goes in one ear, out the other. if you involve them in actually hands-on learning, it's really going to stick in their heads. And I know that's true for me. It's much easier to learn when you're able to see it in action. There's also usually a recertification process. So, well, maybe like riding a bicycle, you kind of remember it, get back on. It's important to be reminded, right? And things change. Our perspective, there's new science that comes out, and we're constantly learning. The Lessons Learned Center, for example, has updates about just increasing safety. So that I think is a great idea, although it's not required by all states. Another thing we found in the structure of these CPBM programs is hybrid learning. And here we are doing it right now. This conference, this summit, is an excellent example of the benefits of hybrid learning, where y'all can get on and listen to some great science, some great presentations from wherever you are without having to travel. And so hopefully reducing the cost for folks. In the CPBM program, this can be particularly true for rural communities. That's where we're thinking about using these tools in many cases, but the drive time, for example, can be a limiting factor, particularly if a course isn't offered all that frequently. And so being able to do at least the classroom piece hybrid is a real advantage. Obviously, that might be in conflict with getting some on-the-ground experience. So I think that's a piece where there's some innovation and new ideas that we can bring into these CPBM programs. Funding and administration. I spend a lot of my time in this zone these days, and I have a greater appreciation for its importance. Usually CPBM programs are supported through state operating budgets. Course registration fees can supplement that, although I think in general they're kept low enough, so really it's just covering the costs of the building or the Zoom link or something like that. Really the long-term operating and tracking, etc., it needs to be funded out of a continuous state budget. And that's where that political will comes back in and might limit the expansion of CPBM programs. Often the state forestry agency or natural resource department, depending on what it's called in your state, is the home for the CPBM program. That can vary. And there can be states where Department of Environmental Protection or Forestry might have a different relationship around fire. So that's certainly not set in stone. And I think one of the things that's important to look at if you're building a program is, where's the capacity? Where does this make sense? Not just because other states happen to put fire in a particular agency. And we found that they're usually just staffed by one or two folks. And I think particularly if it's just one person, that can be a real vulnerability for the long-term survival of a program, because there's so much knowledge built up. It's important to have some backup and some transition. And so this is one where I think we as a fire community need to make sure if there is somebody running the program in your state, you're supporting that person. And there's a wider kind of group that knows what's happening and maybe is involved in some way, even if they don't have a formal role. And this gets to this last point, that prescribed fire councils are often the body that's supporting these CPBM programs. And we've seen, I know in New Mexico where I sit, the Prescribed Fire Council really got deep into helping with curriculum development and spreading the word about the program. So that I think can be a way to support folks in an agency that might be have a lot of other requirements and work. Okay, differences between states. This is where we start to dig in a little deeper. Each state has a unique legal framework. They have different administrative capacity. The fire culture and ecological context are obviously different. And we'll talk about each of these a little bit separately. But I think I want to just, maybe we should have flipped this list a little bit, because the ecological context is going to drive your fire culture to some degree at least. So areas where the fire return interval is much more frequent, I think fire cultures have maybe survived a little bit better. Southeast is a great example, or maybe out west where the need to return fire in a frequent interval is driving a growth of fire culture. And if you have an existing fire culture, there's probably feeds into some administrative capacity, and then a little more awareness in the legal structure about how fire needs to be included, although we'll talk about that in more detail. All those items, those 4 items, obviously are going to drive variation in how the CPBM programs are set up. So the target audience is going to be a little different, the certification requirements, course length. If you have a very complex ecological context, or the burns you're doing are more frequently high complexity, right, you're going to want a longer course. And that might similarly drive recertification. I could see in the Northeast where it feels like climate change is really changing fire patterns, recertification being particularly important, right? More differences between states. One of the keys is legislation that clarifies or establishes a right to burn. And this, probably a lot of you know more than I about this, but if this is a newer idea, I'd really emphasize its importance and understanding what conditional liability means, which we'll talk about next, and also the nuances of permitting. And one thing that we see in some places is where municipalities or counties get involved in burn permits. And that can be great. They know the local conditions, but it also can mean that if you're working statewide, you have multiple folks that you've got to have conversations with. And in, say, Connecticut, lots of little towns and municipalities have influence over burn permitting, and they may not be as familiar. So then that means you've got an educational challenge with your administrative partners because of the way permitting is set up. The last item is something that I think is, even since we started working on this report last year, maybe it's just me, but I think it's growing in importance. And the idea here, in case a claims fund is not something folks are familiar with, the idea is that if you follow the rules essentially, or get certified as a prescribed burner, then you would have access to additional, essentially it's insurance. A claims fund is a form of insurance. And so you might have your own professional insurance to protect you in certain ways. The claims fund essentially adds to that. And California is one example where if you go through the Certified Prescribed Burn Manager program, get that certification, then if, heaven forbid, there is some sort of issue that engages the legal system, you have coverage from that claims fund that would protect you essentially if there's a loss. If a shed gets burned or something, then additional dollars are available to pay that claim. So digging into this legal environment, there we talk about strict liability, simple negligence, and gross negligence. And it's taken me a number of years to try to keep these straight in my own head, and sometimes I get them a little bit mixed, but they're really important. I guess that's why I work with trees and not in law. So strict liability is the least good if you're conducting a prescribed burn. And that basically, if your state has strict liability, it means that you can be liable even if you're doing everything right, and just something totally anomalous happens that was out of your control, you could still be liable. So that increases your risk as a prescribed burner. Ideally, you can work with your state legislature to put in new laws that move your state towards simple negligence or gross negligence. Simple negligence is pretty common, and that if you are practicing reasonable care in following standard professional practices like a CPBM program for a prescribed burn, then the injured party or somebody claiming injury from a prescribed burn, and that could be smoke, it could be an escape, has to show negligence by the burner. So the injured party would have to have their lawyers show that the burner did something that was really pretty wrong, right? Didn't follow the burn plan, didn't have sufficient resources, something along those lines. And even better for burners is gross negligence. In that case, the injured party has to show really reckless action. So long as you're following the rules, you're pretty well protected. And that's the best for conducting a prescribed burn, but is less common on the landscape. This map helps understand where these different standards are at play. And you can see that strict liability in places like Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Idaho, that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for prescribed burners. But those things can change over time. Rhode Island and Delaware as well. Where you have that simple negligence, there's just a little bit more protection. And there's some states where it's somewhat undefined. So I said in New Mexico, there's some case law as well that can be used. So that's where that sort of check with your legal counsel starts to come in. And we got advice from one lawyer that says, hey, doesn't really, like, yes, it's better if you have simple or gross negligence in your state, but just remember, everybody can be sued for anything. That's making sure you've got your legal pieces lined up, even if you've been through a certified prescribed burn manager program, are pretty crucial. Okay, NWCG standards. So this is the National Wildfire Coordinating Group, and that's a national effort. They are the ones who set standards for wildland firefighters currently working out suppressing fires in the boundary waters or the western U.S. And they have really familiar standard classes, S-130, S-190. Probably most people on this call have taken those sorts of classes. And some states choose to just integrate those into their CPBM program, right? There's good online learning tools for them. There's no recreating the wheel. So, okay, we'll just use those classes. Other states even add the burn boss requirements for NWCG, sort of that RXB2 level that might be for low complexity pile burns. And that can add into the CPBM certification. Other places, other states, communities really emphasize not going with NWCG because of the formality and the sort of focus on suppression, and say, no, for accessibility and flexibility of a CPBM program, we really want to go with a different approach. And this is the slide that really sparked some good conversation and debate at the Association for Fire Ecology meeting, because there's some strong opinions here. Some people feel like, oh yes, we have to use NWCG. Other people say we should never use NWCG because it adds these barriers to getting good fire on the ground. This report was not designed or built to untangle those issues. And I don't have the data or the insights to take a side here. And it may be that the answers or solution is different for different communities in different states. So I think this is an example where hopefully this report is the foundation and we can have more conversations about the benefits and downsides of NWCG in different situations and for different audiences. Happy to talk more about that. So what are the trends that we saw? So one of the things that folks that were interviewed talked about was initially when CPBM programs started, they were really targeted towards agency staff, fire professionals, contractors, folks with some background, doing this professionally. And now there's been a shift towards private landowners, land trusts, non-governmental agencies, or organizations like the Forest Stewards Guild. And that may be because the first category was kind of trained up. But also I think it's an acknowledgement that we need everybody engaged in this land stewardship, and many times that involves fire. And so now private landowners can be the majority of folks showing up at these CPBM classes. And I think that may also play into that issue of focusing on NWCG or not. Demand is going up. That's a simple slide. And that I think is because there's a greater recognition of the need for fire, the benefits of prescribed fire. And interviewees often linked the existence of a CPBM program to getting more good fire on the land, particularly where CPBM programs are part of tackling the legal liability or provide a pathway to simple or gross negligence. So there are a number of states, I believe Florida, for example, where if you are certified, then I believe it's simple negligence is applied. But if you have not gone through the CPBM program, well, then you have a strict liability. So that really adds to the incentive to participate in a CPBM program and raises its profile. And another sort of piece in the puzzle are prescribed burn associations. And I think they can both help get CPBM programs rolling and also spread the word, get more people engaged, and show the benefits of being part of a CPBM. So what are the challenges? Obviously, they're numerous. There's an equity issue trying to get out to rural communities that may need these programs the most, but they may be under-resourced or have other limitations, right? Like one that comes up often is folks working in the woods may not have a lot of time to spare, and it may be hard to get out to a 4-day class. And so there's a little bit of a catch-22 where it's really important for them, but they're busy managing their farm or their forest, and so it's hard to get that training. Many of these CPBM programs have staff limitations. We talked about 1 or 2 people administering a program. Sometimes the funding, well, we all know these days funding is always inconsistent, right? It just swings back and forth. One session, there's lots of funding, then there's suddenly a crisis. So that can be very difficult if you're advocating particularly for a new program. And one thing here that I don't want to let be buried is the burden over time. So there's one thing about just getting a class together and getting some folks trained, but there's another to tracking those certifications over time. And that's super important because if someone says, oh, I have a CPBM certificate, there needs to be someone to call up and just verify, particularly, again, heaven forbid, if it gets into a legal situation, that's going to be crucial. Just a little photocopied certificate isn't going to be enough to really demonstrate the power of the program. So that administrative burden is ongoing and needs to be robust. There's a need to adapt to rising demand and shifting climate. So as things change, CPBM programs have to change. If we're bringing more private landowners in, there's going to be a shift in the kinds of programs and the way we talk about some of this. We may need to be more careful about acronyms and specific terms, forestry terms that aren't as familiar to landowners with a lot of experience out on the land, but less experience in the classroom. And then as climate shifts and burn windows shrink, or there are greater smoke constraints, more frequent drought, all those things can make burning more difficult, and we need to feed those into a certified prescribed burn manager program. So we're not thinking in, 1990s terms when we're dealing with burn windows from the new century. And then there's a real importance about legal clarity. And so I guess I'm beating a dead horse at this point, but bringing in clear legal guidance into a CPBM program, so you're not relying on someone like me who knows more about trees than laws to interpret exactly what the statutes in your state mean. And vague, in some cases, the laws themselves can be vague. And so there's a clarity there that's needed. Lessons learned, there were some good sort of insights coming out of folks who were interviewed. Peer learning was one. The ability to collaborate between states is really important. States can seem large area, large administrative structure, but particularly, say, in New England, right? I grew up in Rhode Island. You're always working with other people. You're always crossing state lines. And so making sure things like reciprocity can work can be crucial, particularly as we think about folks who aren't nested in a state agency, like a contractor who might be moving across states to stay employed. And that's a second bullet, recognizing other states' programs, some form of reciprocity. And this is really crucial as we think, like, for example, the Forest Stewards Guild or the Nature Conservancy, right, has burn teams that try to follow some of these burn windows. And if you have these additional barriers of certification between states, that's going to slow things down. Let's see. I think we talked about a little bit about how there's more participation in CPBM programs, where that opens the door to more friendly liability standards. So where you have simple or gross negligence as an option once you complete the certification, that's going to make people do the certification. This claims fund that we talked about briefly, that's, again, another incentive. And I'll point out that in Montana, the legislation that got the CPBM program started said the CPBM program can't start until the claims fund is there. So it really put them together hand in glove. And it makes sense why that's the case. And we may see more states sort of link those two over time. So we did have some recommendations just based on seeing the data out there. Clarifying liability standards, super important. Designing CPBM courses for accessibility and flexibility. Engaging diverse partners. Right? If this is all sitting on the shoulders of one or two people in a state agency, that's not durable. We all have to be engaged. So NGOs, contractors, private landowners, everybody has to be like on the same page and supporting this to make sure it stays alive and moves forward. We do need to revise and revisit the curriculums. We just talked about how things can change. we don't want to get behind the curve. And we've seen some really devastating negative fire outcomes where individual burners or organizations have kind of not kept up with changes in ecology, burn windows, drought depth, etc. And then this investing in systems for tracking and reporting. Hopefully this is the kind of place where modern computing, AI-driven stuff can help us, right? This is work that we might not be most excited about, just tracking things over time, seeing whose certifications are up for renewal, but it does seem like a place where we can have computer systems really help us. And then this last piece around reciprocity, recognizing other states' certifications. And I think there's probably some investigation and thought that can go on there. Obviously, ecosystems can differ. So I could understand why California might not recognize Rhode Island's certification, but maybe there are ways to make that work by adding, oh, okay, well, you're certified in a state, some other state, well, you just have to take a one-day course, or you just have to take the refresher, something like that, where we get some of the combined benefits. Okay, so here's the link. Good. I don't know if that'll work right out of Zoom, but we can copy and paste it into chat. And I've lost where I was on time. Hopefully, I think we'll have plenty of time for questions and maybe give you a little bit longer break.
Yeah, Xander, thank you. That was fantastic. We have 5 minutes until our scheduled break. We do have a few questions in the Q&A. I can go through those if you like.
Great.
With the time that we have. So Shlamaya asks the first one, which is, how do insurances or the loss backstop play in when there is damage but not a legal case? So I think she's getting at being a good neighbor here, but she talks about such as a case where you burn up someone's shed next door. They aren't going to sue you over it, but the right thing to do, of course, is to help them rebuild the shed somehow or make them whole. Can funds for doing so only exist if he or she sues over it? Or is there a system for simply rectifying that harm within the certified prescribed burn program world?
That is an excellent question, and I do not know. And I think that would be, as somebody who runs an organization that conducts prescribed fire, I guess my just one person's opinion on this is, if, heaven forbid, somebody lost a shed or something and they didn't want to sue because they knew prescribed fire is important, etc., but needed some recompense, I think we would still want to set up some sort of legally binding agreement, because these things can get a little dicey. But that's just one opinion. I don't think they're good mechanisms to just sort of, if you have a fender bender and say, oh, gee, I just dinged your car, here's $100, we can make this go away. I don't think that can really work in the fire world.
You probably want some sort of documentation to clarify that. Okay, this is settled and we're all good. Next up, Scott Jackson has a question. So in states with claims funds, where does that funding come from and how is it held? In the East, with multi-million-dollar homes, it seems like a fund would have to have a lot of funding just to cover one potential claim.
Yeah, and I'm by no means an expert in claims funds, and I think so someone can weigh in and correct me. I believe in California, the state put up some money because they want to see more good fire on the ground, and I believe that you pay into it as part of being a prescribed burner in the state. I think the state money probably far outstrips the sort of collective contributions. So I think in general, it's money from the state, and that's a great point. I think looking at how California structured their program, homes in California ain't cheap. So I think that the Northeast, I totally understand what you're talking about in terms of multi-million-dollar homes. And it's not the first place that's had to deal with this, and that is really the justification for a claims fund, because individual insurers that might insure a contractor or an NGO, usually we're talking about, $2 million aggregate limit, or maybe a four. But yeah, once you start looking at the homes around a place you're burning, you suddenly realize, oh, that ain't gonna go very far. And so the claims fund is really important as that backup. But I guess bottom line is, I don't know on that, the real details of your question.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Jennifer asks, you mentioned in your presentation that there have been discussions about next steps based on the information in your report. Could you share some of those proposed next steps?
Well, what I think one of the things we talked a little bit about at the Association for Fire Ecology is, can we marshal some data to look at this question of whether or when NWCG is beneficial or becomes a barrier. And so that's something that I think some folks in the, Lenya Quinn Davidson from California brought it up. And so I think there's some interest, although I don't think there's any sort of money set aside to make the work happen yet, in figuring out, okay, can we tease apart that question, and rather than Xander's opinion on it, can we marshal some data to understand what's going on? And then I know that there are a bunch of places where CPBM programs are being put into place, like Montana, and so that will add to the knowledge base. And so I would guess that we would try to provide an update to this report, a revised report maybe next year, just to kind of make sure that we're tracking that baseline. But those are the ideas for additional work I've heard of so far. Maybe there's others that I'm just not aware of.
You just gave us a reason to ask you back next year, Xander. I don't know if you did that, but thank you for that. One last question. I really love this idea, so I'm gonna ask people to bear with us here for a sec. Carolyn Phillips asks, do you think it would be feasible for individuals' recertification to include components of helping teach the program?
I love it.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Yeah.
And that really gets to that mentoring. I think we all recognize that if you are helping teach something, you're actually learning a lot yourself.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great idea, and that we need this sort of larger community around fire, and so that would help build that. So
that is the whole purpose for this workshop. So, Xander, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for your presentation. We have a 5-minute break now. We will reconvene at 11:15. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Neil.
Yep, I'm still here. Looks like you're in presenter mode, or not in presenter mode yet.
That's not me. Somebody else is sharing.
Okay.
I can't share until they take that down.
It's
Michael,
me.
that's you, yeah?
I'm going
It's
to show
Michael.
this for a little bit. I was
Oh,
going to
you
show
just
this.
tell me when that. Okay, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, so Polly's back. I'm going to pass the torch back to her. I'm not even going to say anything. Polly, you're just up next to introduce Ludi.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay, cool. Glad you're back.
Thanks for covering.
No problem.
Holly, can you see that okay? I can't hear you.
That's because I'm muted.
Oh,
Um, yes, I can. So,
great.
all
Okay, so
right.
glad.
So we'll get started again. I am back, and hopefully all my tech issues are resolved. We move into the next segment, focusing on communications, and this is the session that I'm particularly excited to that we're able to have and host. Communications being the basis of all the important ways of sharing with the public and one another about prescribed fire and the best ways to reach others and individuals. I think find it to be something that we are not necessarily provided in training in college. So I'm very fortunate to have three great speakers today. And I start off with Ms. Dr. Ludi Bond. Ludi is a wildland mitigation specialist and public information officer, PIO, with the Florida Forest Service, where she's been and served for over 20 years. In this role, she provides local, state, national, and international media with information about wildfire incidents, causes, and prevention. And she specializes in messaging to various audiences, on prescribed fire, and also helps develop fuel mitigation projects to lower the risk and potential for damaging effects of wildfires in communities. So one other thing to note related to Ludi's expertise and knowledge is I just wanted to take a moment to recognize that the Society of American Forestry has recognized her as the W.D. Egerstein Communicator Award E for this year. And it's an outstanding recognition for an individual who it displays the ability, talent, and skill to lead innovative and exemplary communication initiatives and programs that increase the general public's understanding of forestry and natural resources at the local, regional, and national level. So congratulations, Ludi. It's an outstanding award. I'm glad to see that you're recognized for all the work that you've done, and especially as I hear, transition to retirement in the next couple of years. So I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Polly. I appreciate that. And yeah, this is an exciting segment, obviously, from myself, Alexia, and Maura, because this is what we specialize in. So we appreciate the invitation to come and present to you all today. So I'm going to start with a favorite kind of quote of mine to kind of set the tone for the next hour that we're going to be spending with all of you. You may not be a communications professional, but you are a prescribed burn professional, and as such, your involvement in communication is key to having a successful prescribed burn program. So we're going to peel back the layers on that this next hour and show you, why you need to be so involved in communication. Then how are you going to be involved in communication? So why do we want to communicate, right? Well, we know we want to create that public acceptance and support. But, how do you do that? And we're going to get into that a little bit more during my time with you. But we're wanting to build awareness and public trust. Going to talk more about trust in our next slide. And address your audience concerns. As you're putting a communications plan together and you're trying to develop your messaging, you know what you want to say for your prescriber program or what your agency or organization wants to get across. But is that really what is of interest to your audience? And how do you find that out? How do you make sure that your messaging is going to be really effective and meet the needs of your audiences? You're wanting to share your objectives with your audiences, varying audiences, and we're going to have a whole slide developed just to that. And then telling your story. I keep hearing this phrase again and again with various audiences, workshops, conferences, et cetera, different groups that I'm working with in prescribed fire. We all talk about, as prescribed fire professionals, we need to do a better job at telling our story. And think about it in this context: wildfire versus prescribed fire. Wildfire is extremely reactive. I mean, yes, we can talk about wildfire concerns. We can talk about reducing wildfire risk. We can talk about preventing wildfires, but prescribed fire gives you that opportunity to tell a story. Stories have components, the beginning, the middle, and the end. And prescribed fire gives you that opportunity. You can talk about what is my current area, the land that I'm managing, what is its state, what is our vision for where we want it to go. And then that middle part of your story is, well, how do we get there? How do we meet our objectives? What is the process that's telling your story? You need to make sure you're capturing visuals. We're going to talk a little bit more about that as well in future slides. But then stories usually have an end. Prescribed burning doesn't have an end, right? Here in the Southeast where I'm based, boy, our stories are every 2 to 3 to 5 years. We're going through continuing to tell that story and showing how we're meeting our objectives. So think about doing that the same in the dirt that you're managing in the area, what it needs to look like and how it's evolving and meeting those objectives. So you're going to continue to tell somewhat the end of that story, 5 to 7, 7 to 10, 10 to 13, whatever your regime is. So think about it in the framework of telling a story. All right, so talk a little bit more about building trust and support. So research says that trust is the primary predictor of public support. And we all want public support. We want to have those in positions to make decisions on the laws of our state and the policies, the statutes, et cetera, whether we go from a simple to a gross negligent state, what are the legal backgrounds that are going to support you in your work of putting fire on the ground and smoke in the air. So part of building trust is building a relationship with your audience. How do you build a relationship? How do you find out what are their concerns? What are their values? And do they understand why you're using the land management tools that you're using? Well, how do you find out what are their concerns and their values? Research shows that face-to-face communication is the most impactful and effective way to communicate. We don't always have that luxury or capacity to do that. But there are ways like homeowner association meetings, community meetings, having those conversations on social media platforms. There's different platforms where you can actually start to engage your audience. You can measure and do some of those social media analytics to see really what are the conversations, what are the questions, why do people live near natural areas? They're going to live near those areas, chances are, because they value some aspect of those natural areas. Where what is it that they value? Is it the recreation? Is it the aesthetics? Is it an endangered or protected species? Is it because of hunting or birding? What is it that they value? And how does your prescribed burn program impact that value? That's going to help you develop your messaging. There is a paper, and I believe we're going to share the link for it. I published a paper in the Journal of Applied Communications back in 2024, and the title is Social Media Use Reveals Public Perceptions of Prescribed Burning. And so by analyzing not only your platforms, but other platforms where there are conversations being had around prescribed burning, that can kind of help you with a pulse check on what is it that their concerns are. What are their experiences with prescribed burning? Now, this bullet point about do they understand? We try very hard to well, we feel like it's the knowledge deficit theory. If you just give people information, they'll accept it, receive it, understand it, and then you'll change their behaviors and their attitudes. Well, we know that's not true. We all know that we shouldn't smoke cigarettes or eat high fatty foods or drink excessive alcohol, but do we do it? Well, yeah. So we know it's bad for us, but we still on occasion do those kind of things. So just by giving people information isn't necessarily going to change their attitudes or behavior. They should still be exposed to it. But the point about trust is if you've taken the time and effort to invest in building trust with your audiences, the return on that investment is going to really help you with, even if they don't understand what you're doing, if they trust you, the organization, the agency you work for, that trust is really going to help reduce the potentially negative impacts when your burn doesn't go as planned. whether it's an escape or smoke impacts that weren't predicted, etc. So another key thing to build in as part of your communications plan, and we have a whole slide developed to that, is who are their trusted messengers? Who are their trusted messengers? Maybe it's not me in a uniform. There are a lot of people who don't trust the government for various reasons. Maybe they've had some bad experiences with government representatives. But take the time to find out who in the communities do people really look to for information that they trust a lot. You know, I like to give the analogy of some of the trusted messengers we have in the United States. I'm a big ABC News fan. Love ABC Evening News, David Muir. Whatever comes out of David Muir's mouth, well, not going to blindly believe, but I trust him as a messenger. The Weather Channel, Jim Cantori. We don't like him showing up in Florida because that means we got a hurricane coming, but we trust him, and meteorologists are usually trusted messengers. So take the time to find out maybe who should be delivering messaging for you on your behalf to really be impactful with your audiences. Consistency of spokespersons is something that you need to think about. If you're constantly changing up who is doing the radio or television interviews, or who are leading your community meetings, you know, that consistency in the face and the voice, that's going to over time build trust with your audiences. As Polly mentioned, I've been in my position here for actually 25 years. And so I am the voice of prescribed burning in North Central Florida. And media stations from Jacksonville to Miami call me all the time for interviews, and even the Weather Channel. So it's that consistency in spokespersons that you probably need to build into your plan. So who is your audience? Let's talk about this for a minute. I want to make sure I'm not going over time. Okay, got a few more minutes. Who needs to know about your information? Who are your audiences? Are they rural or are they urban? They're going to have different concerns based sometimes on where they live, research has shown. So your rural audiences, yeah, they'll be concerned about smoke, as everybody is, but they could possibly be more concerned with escapes because they're in the areas where the burns are happening. Your urban residents, they may be more concerned not just with the smoke, but maybe wildlife impacts or aesthetics if they recreate in those natural areas. Internal versus external audiences. Your internal audience is going to be your burn team, people within your organization. External audience, we know that's your community leaders and decision makers and media and folks out in communities living near your where you're burning. So messaging could be different based on those audiences as well. Are there cultural or social norms that you need to be aware of when you're developing your messaging? Find out how they get their information. So think about this for a minute. On a daily basis, how do you get information? What platforms, what resources, what email chains, what newsletters do you sign up for? Chances are you use multiple platforms on a daily basis. So do your audiences. So find out what those platforms are, and then develop your messaging and your communication plan accordingly. Are there technology challenges? Don't put all your eggs in the social media basket. Not everybody uses or trusts social media. This is a real key one. These last two bullet points here, what are their experiences with fire, both prescribed fire and wildfire? People in the Northeast, and really a lot, we've had Canadian smoke impacts here in Florida a couple years back. But right now, there's a lot of smoke impacts in the Northeast area of our country, as many of you all know. So sometimes people are just tired of eating smoke, even if it's from wildfires. Now that clears up and you're ready to start doing some burning. Are people maybe not going to be all that receptive? Not that they're against prescribed burning, they're just tired of eating the smoke. So what's been on the media lately? What have we been seeing on media, mainstream media channels with regards to wildfires? Have they had escaped prescribed fires in their area, in their community? Are they all following watch duty? Because everybody is these days. You pull up the map on watch duty, good Lord. Florida's still on fire, that's for sure. Alaska's on fire, and the western half of our country is on fire, and Northeast. So what are their exposures to media on wildfire? And then your communication plan. So we're going to go through these steps here for a couple minutes. As you're putting your communication plan together, do you have the capacity to carry out and implement everything that's in your plan. Consider that effective and measurable. How do you know if your communication plan is going to be effective? There is a big difference between information sharing, which is what I'm doing with you right now, and communication. I have no idea how you're receiving this information from me unless I get some feedback from you. So you're going to need to build in some feedback implementations within your communications plan, whether it's doing some focus groups or community meetings, or like I said, you're monitoring what's coming around on social media or the phone calls coming into your organization. As you develop your message points, those are going to be dictated by what you found out as you built your relationship with your audience. Address their concerns, answer their questions, and focus your messaging on what they value. Don't waste your time and effort on things. Maybe they're fine with prescribed burning. They're very much for it, but making sure that you're focusing on those things that matter to them in regards to the specific reasons and objectives for your burn that matter to them. Make sure that you and all of your partners, everybody in your area that is putting fire on the ground and smoke in the air, you all need to be using consistent terminology and messaging. That's going to help to build trust. So you need to communicate with all the other organizations and agencies in your area that are burning, and making sure that you're using consistent terminology, consistent images. Images matter. This picture, this fire over here, look at a slow moving, cool burn. More than likely, it's not a full stand involvement fire. Just don't want to use that kind of image. So those matter. Making sure that you're indicating in your communications plan what formats and platforms you need to mix it up and have a variation of what you're using. Include a PIO in your burn organization. Highly recommend that for their expertise. And then that crisis communication plan, make sure that you've got that in your back pocket. It's kind of like your incident within an incident, right? An IWI on a wildfire. Make sure you have approved messaging and approved answers to questions that you may get if you have an escape, if your smoke has negative impacts in a community. Think of all the things that could not go according to plan, and have your crisis communication plan already in your back pocket. And then just a couple more slides here. When do you start and how often do you communicate? We should be talking about prescribed fire all the time. There's always a time and a way that you can talk about prescribed burning. Start early, update often. Don't wait till the day of the burn. And you don't have to do it alone. You know, I mentioned you have a lot of partners and a lot of collaborators, a lot of people in your area that are hopefully doing prescribed burning in addition to you. Work with them. There are a lot of resources out there that already have messaging in place. We have whyprescribedfire.org. That's a great platform to go to and get some messaging and some graphics that have already been put together with regards to prescribed fire. And with all of this, everything that you're doing with sharing your land management plans and building relationships with your audiences, you're creating realistic expectations, because there's going to be smoke from these burns and it's going to impact folks. But people pretty much just want to know where and when and what can I expect. So if you create those realistic expectations ahead of time, you're going to have much less pushback from your audiences. And with that, that's my contact info there. And I'm going to stop sharing and turn it over to Alexia. I believe I am. There we go.
Thank you, Ludi. For those that are trying to write down all of the different resources that Ludi had referenced and the rest of our presenters will reference, we'll be providing a summary document that identifies all these different resources with live links. So we'll also be recording, we're recording and we'll be posting this on our website after the conference. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce Alexia Prosperi. She is the air quality specialist for the U.S. Forest Service out of Milwaukee. And Alexia, in serving in this position, has many dynamic roles and responsibilities, including smoke forecasting for prescribed fire, monitoring visibility, and providing guidance regarding air quality impacts for a variety of different projects. And she also has a second hat, which is she is a air resource advisor trainee and where she's preparing to assist with the understanding and prediction of smoke impacts during wildfires. Alexia holds a BS in meteorology, from Valparaiso University, which I've never heard of. So that's a new one, and a master's of engineering in applied climate from the University of Michigan, which I had to put in there since we're in the Midwest and the Northeast. And she shares Go Blue. So with that, Alexia, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Polly. Can you just give me a mic check really quick? I saw you, yeah. I saw you mouth yes, so that's good enough for me. I appreciate that. So yeah, hi everybody, and thank you, Polly, for the introduction. Like Polly mentioned, I'm Alexia. I work for the Forest Service. Quick presentation on communication as it relates to smoke and air quality. I know the title kind of sounds like an AI-produced title, but I did actually come up with it myself. So we'll get into it now. I always like to start with a little bit of an overview for my presentation. So I'm going to give you a little bit more information on who I am, even though Polly just covered it. It has some cool pictures. So go over that, give you a quick update on the agency. Since I work for the Forest Service, I'm sure a lot of you guys are thinking about that. After that, we'll talk about smoke in the area in 2025 and so far in 2026 to help set the stage for the rest of the presentation. That's when we'll switch gears into the communications part, talk about the challenges associated with discussing smoke, and then some of the potential resolutions. So yeah, quick bio. Like Polly just mentioned, I've been around the Midwest pretty much my whole life. Grew up in the Chicago suburbs, went to school in Northwest Indiana, and then at the University of Michigan. I currently sit in Milwaukee, and I've worked for the first Forest Service since 2019, but I've been with the air program since 2021, so 5 solid years with the air program. I've really enjoyed my time here with the agency. I've definitely learned a lot. It's been a great time, but I also like to just mention that I'm a person outside of work too. Outside of work, big lover of sports. I play a lot of sand volleyball, and I also coach girls high school basketball. So it's brought me a lot of joy over the last year or so since I started that. So now we'll just talk about a quick agency update. I'm sure a lot of you have seen my presentations before. I always include a slide with Beyonce. This is her basically saying the same thing as me. I don't really know too much outside of what's already in the media, already information that you guys have. The agency is reorganizing. I don't have too much details outside of that. But I can tell you that within the Eastern region, we used to have 3 air quality specialists, but now due to various reasons, we have 1, and that is me. So, outside of that, not really sure what it's going to look like, but I figured it was probably on the mind of some of you, so I would cover it before getting into some other things. So next, I'm going to quickly highlight some of the smoke impacts that we saw in the Northeast Midwest last year. This is a dynamic slide. It looks like it's changing on my end, so hopefully it should be changing on yours too. Last year, we had multiple multi-day smoke events in the region, including the one on this slide, and this is from late July to early August. And during this time, smoke blanketed large areas of the region, and that impacted air quality, particularly in the lake states last year, although the Northeast was impacted as well. So on the slide, there's the daily AQI for each day, for each monitor and sensor that's shown on the fire and smoke map. And smoke was actually so impactful last year that there is a number of sites that actually violated the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. So similar to 2023, states are likely going to have to do an exceptional events demonstration to have this data removed from their calculation. But even with that, this is just kind of that little piece of make sure you know your air quality information to know if there's been any changes, especially given how much smoke was in the air last year. And now we have our 2026 slide, which I initially did a couple weeks ago before things really got busy here. But I have another slide to update that information. So this is some information on the slide. The 2 graphs on the left-hand side are smoke or fires from Canada. So we have acres burned and number of fires. We can see that for area burned, it was below average, and then number of fires, we were a little bit above average. And then on the bottom, we have the US 10-year average in terms of percentage for fires and acres. So in the US, even a few weeks ago, we were already above that 10-year average for both. Also, that satellite clip that did play was just pulling some information from Canada. There was a number of fires that day, but generally the wind flow was kind of keeping that smoke away from the US. It's been hot and humid. So it was perfect a couple of weeks ago when we didn't have the smoke, and then we got the smoke because the wind direction changed, so I had to add a slide. So this is from July 13th to July 19th. You guys all live here. You know what it was like. You know that the darker the colors on the AQI, the worse it is. So we had a lot of purples, a lot of hazardous out there as well. And so this just kind of set the stage. There's smoke in the air, even if it's not from prescribed fire. So, if you guys are fire professionals, there's a chance that you get asked questions about it. Future is also going to be smoky as well. And that's going to make conversations around smoke even important. Like Ludi just mentioned, there may be smoke acceptance that you've been used to in your area where you're conducting your burns. But given this future that's going to be smoky, that smoke acceptance may change and people's perceptions might not be the same. So it's just going to be important to continue to have these discussions about smoke. We've seen pretty large increases in the 2020s, especially 2023, 2025, and now 2026. All right, so now we'll get into the communications aspect, what you guys are really here for. So first, we'll talk about kind of the conundrum that I think we have when it comes to communicating about smoke. And part of that conundrum is that no matter what the source is, whether it's wildfire or prescribed fire, smoke is bad for you. As we know over the last few years, smoke has really been a hot topic, especially during the summer. You get a lot of these apocalyptic views in the news cycle at times, and people in the Northeast and Midwest have been introduced to this as kind of a new issue. It's not necessarily new, but the way that media has picked it up over the last couple of years, it's seemingly new. And its frequency has seemed to increase as well. We do know that prescribed fire has been ongoing for a number of years, and perhaps this has occurred without any smoke concerns at all. But the coverage that's been going on recently has resulted in people starting to ask more questions and be more aware of how smoke can actually impact their health. Additionally, in our world, smoke is inevitable. This isn't, Northeast Midwest no fire workshop, it's the prescribed fire workshop. But we also have an understanding of fire and the many benefits that it brings. Of course, if you want to burn, you're going to produce smoke, so it's a trade-off there. But there are things that we can do, like follow basic smoke management practices to mitigate smoke impacts. And even if we do that, the smoke impacts are still going to exist. It's something that you have to accept. But once you do accept that, you can move forward and focus on how to communicate about this smoke conundrum. So next, we're going to talk about some of the recommendations that I see for resolution. I'm an air quality specialist, kind of like Ludi keyed in on at the beginning of her presentation. Communication experts isn't necessarily something I am. My guess is that's not something that all of us are either, but we do have expertise in certain areas. And so these are just things that I've seen be successful. They may or may not work, but that's really going to depend on your local situation. But I found them to be somewhat broadly applicable. So that's what we're going to focus on over the next few slides. So I kind of broke this down into 5 W's. I think that's, the who, what, where, when, why is something that we learn in elementary school, and it's pretty applicable even as an adult. So first, we're going to talk about the 5 W's of the smoke message. These are relatively simple, but the big question that I think you should start out with is what is happening? It's pretty straightforward, but it's important to know what's going on and making sure that you're owning the smoke that's being created. We talk a lot about prescribed fire. We give notification for prescribed fire. We're not necessarily always doing that when it comes to smoke, even though both those things go hand in hand. Next is why is it important? Again, another straightforward one, but it's a place to be honest. Smoke created from wildland fires, like I mentioned a couple slides ago, does have health risks, and that's something that the public should be aware of. Who's at risk? Everybody can be at risk, but particularly sensitive groups such as children, the elderly, and people with heart or lung issues are the most at risk. When should actions take place? And this is going to really depend on what type of notification it is. If this is being done before the season or as you guys are gearing up to burn, then the recommended action could be to focus on where to get local information and what those sources are. And that helps you make sure that people are notified when a burn does take place. An example for this would be just following your group on social media or looking for other posts somewhere else. If the message is coming on the day of, then the actions are going to be more immediate. And the focus should be on what can be done to reduce smoke exposure and stay safe. And then finally, where can you go for more information? This one's important and everyone's different. Some love information. I'm definitely an information lover. Some people could care less and they just want a little bit of information so they can figure out what they're going to do. But you want to give people the opportunity to explore on their own if they're interested. You also don't want to necessarily kind of like Irish goodbye and you swoop in, you give information, and you disappear forever. So you want to make sure that people can have a place where they can go for more information if they are interested. And I think that leaving that door open a little bit increases trust because you're not just going away, you're still leaving that opportunity for further conversation. And this is another place, local websites or the email address of somebody consistent who can be contacted will help out with the smoke message. And then just as important, if not arguably more important, are 5 W's of the audience. And these will help you think about your audience and get a relevant message out to them. Kind of like I mentioned on the last slide, different audiences require different information. and everybody's unique. As I kind of alluded to before, I'm a big Beyonce fan, so one of my concerns is going to be if I can go to that concert, if I'm going to be impacted by smoke. But for other people, they might care about whether it's safe to take their kids to soccer practice. Another person may care about whether it's safe for their employees and customers to participate in zip lining. Another may be interested in whether smoke is going to impact their cattle. And so knowing why an individual cares allows you to tailor that conversation to that subject. And if I go into a conversation and all I talk about is what I care about, I'm not connecting to the audience. If this whole conversation was based on Beyonce, you guys would tune out, take a little break, and then come back for the next portion. But that's not what you want to do. You want to make sure that the information is relevant to that audience and making a connection to them because they're the ones that you're trying to get that message across to. The next question is, what does your audience know? Kind of like Ludi mentioned, are they unfamiliar with smoke impacts or are they very aware and looking to take direct action now? And within that, what do you think they should know? Think about whether it's a conversation that could be an educational opportunity or if at that time it's just better to share information. Who does your audience trust? I think this one really could have been first, and we could have had a whole hour-long session on just who does your audience trust, because I think this one is particularly important, especially these days when experts aren't necessarily trusted the way that they used to be. One recommendation that I like to give is looking for a local radio station that everybody trusts, particularly if you're in those rural areas, and getting into contact with them, having them share information could be really beneficial to you. Building trust is not necessarily easy, even though we talk about it a lot, but you still have the opportunity to leverage trust from another group, and that can help you get your message across, particularly if you're in an area that has some local expertise with that. Similar to the last point, where are there opportunities to coordinate locally? Is there a local health department that's already communicating on smoke and air quality? Can you lead this kind of conversation jointly? And then more importantly, can you be proactive and start these conversations now as opposed to when there are already concerns? If there's already concerns, you're going to have a different conversation than if you're being proactive. And then finally, in alignment with the 5 W's of the message, when do you want your audience to actually take action? Kind of doing all this talking, good conversation, but then what happens? You want to make sure that you're pointing them to a trusted and reliable source. We always recommend the fire and smoke map. And then you want to give them an idea of what to look for so that they know how to actually use that source to be beneficial to them. Giving them a spot to go for updates on when you intend to burn can also be helpful. Email listservs and social media can help with that, but like Ludi mentioned, social media is not always going to be the best option. And so thinking about those local options is going to be best for that local audience are going to allow you to get that message across and have that focus on that audience. One thing, with the last couple slides, it kind of helps to think through a couple scenarios. One you're talking to a school, the other you're talking to firefighters. Is your message going to be the same? Yeah, maybe in some ways, but if you have the same conversation with both of them, it's not necessarily going to be useful, and the actions that should be taking place aren't going to take place. There's a potential when it comes to smoke that group of people is not going to be safe. So we've talked a lot about sharing information and how to do so in a successful way, but I think one other important note is to really focus on action. There's a lot of information that goes around, and informing people on smoke and health and where to find that current information is important. But what are people supposed to do when a situation comes up where smoke is having an impact on air quality and potentially their health? When we focus on the action that gives individuals options on what to do, and sharing multiple options allows people to make decisions on their own. We have some simple options like limiting time outside. It's pretty straightforward. But then there's options that require a little bit more effort and might also have some people asking questions, like creating clean rooms during a wildfire or wearing a N95 mask. As been mentioned, people don't like to be told what to do. Some people do, but they generally don't. So you have to provide options so that people have the opportunity to decide what to do on their own. At the end of the day, it's up to the individual to take the action, but it is up to us to inform them on actions that they can take. Then finally, I have a few other miscellaneous things that didn't seem to fit into another slide. So I'll just go over these really quick. And first one, already kind of mentioned, be proactive. Have those conversations when you have some flexibility and want to have them, not when you have to have them. And being proactive also allows for relationship building with your audience, and that's going to foster trust and understanding. Next is to make sure your message is targeted to the audience. Talked about a few slides ago, different audiences care about different things. You want to make sure that your message is tailored and relevant to them. I'm sure you've all heard the phrase KISS, keep it simple. It's not stupid. I'm going to change it to STUD. It sounds a lot better, more likable, but you really want to keep your message simple and straightforward. If people want details, they're going to ask you, they're going to find that information. But most of the time, people are going to be happy with a simple message. And research does suggest that simpler messages are more well understood by the public. To maximize public reach, you should use a range of dissemination methods, which includes social media, press releases, local news outlets, fact sheets, targeted outreach efforts. Tons of options here on ways that you can actually communicate, but you shouldn't focus on just one. Just like everybody cares about different things, they also learn differently too. So having different messages and different ways that that messaging takes place is going to allow your reach to become larger and get that message out to the public. Next, and this is a big one too, it's okay to say, I don't know. We're all experts in something, but we don't have to be experts in everything, and that's okay. You have to be comfortable saying, I don't know. And you may think that that'll decrease trust, but typically, if you say, I don't know, but you follow up with a commitment to find out, the trust is going to actually increase. And in alignment with this, don't be afraid to use Google. I know AI is here, it's kind of scary. Sometimes it's trustworthy, sometimes it's not. But there's a number of state and local health agencies that have already created a lot of information about air quality. Like on the last side, I used the air quality index sheet from Washington because I liked the way that it looked. There's no need to reinvent the wheel here. Use information, just make sure it's relevant to your area. I know if you need a place to start, the EPA has developed a number of fact sheets on wildfire smoke and health. And even though the focus on those is wildfire, they are still relevant to prescribed fire in a lot of ways. Don't fade away. Continue to be involved with your audience, whether it's through social media or in-person interaction. A little consistency goes a long way when it comes to trust, and trust is only going to help your program. And then finally, and this is, I think, another important one, is to just share your successes. I think oftentimes we are really reactive in our conversations. We're discussing smoke when we smoke out a community or we upset somebody, but instead be proactive, share those success stories, post when things go well, market your successes. These success stories are important to tell, and they likely aren't going to get told without you taking the time to spread the word. And I know a number of you have successful prescribed fire programs, so I think it's something that you should definitely show off. So that's what I've got. If you want to contact me, that's my email address. But appreciate the time and looking forward to our questions after Maura's conversation.
Okay. These presentations are so fantastic. I hope that everyone is enjoying them as much as I am. I take this moment now to introduce our next speaker. Ms. Maura O'Connor. Maura lives in Queens, and she is a journalist and author who writes about the politics and ethics of science, technology, and conservation. Her work has appeared online in the Atavist, Slate, Foreign Policy, New Yorker, Nautilus, Undark, and Harper's. And in her most recent reporting, which some of you may have come across, she reported from her backyard in Brooklyn to the Northeast, embedding with the wildland firefighters in the
Hey everyone.
climate. So, oh no, go ahead, Maura.
Okay, sorry.
Take it away.
Zoomed out for a second. Am I in full screen, by the way?
Yes, you are. Yep, that's
Okay.
great.
Great. Thanks, Polly. Yeah, as Polly said, I'm not a fire professional. I'm a journalist, and I kind of focus a lot on narrative nonfiction and long form, kind of more time consuming reporting, either in book form or magazine. I've always been an independent journalist, and a lot of my writing the last few years has been as a contributing writing for the New Yorker, who's shown a lot of interest in stories about wildfire. And my own interest in this subject came almost a decade ago in Australia. So I kind of came to it in a very roundabout way, traveling in the Australian bush and seeing fire on the ground. I was going to interview this individual, this elder, in the Northern Territories. And in that process, kind of had my assumptions and worldview shook by this understanding of, positive, ecologically beneficial wildfire. And it's been a topic that's been hugely fascinating to me since then. I've become a qualified wildland firefighter and FEMO, and have done things like taken the READ training and different NWCG things as a way to not only understand the work involved in firefighting and be able to describe that for audiences, but to be able to embed with crews at, whenever I can, both prescribed and suppression crews, and kind of take those firsthand experiences and be able to translate them for a larger audience that, doesn't get to see the fire line or interact with those people. Um, I think, I was coming to this subject with all the same assumptions that the greater public comes to with them. So, and I see these kinds of headlines, these are just taken from one fire season in the New York Times, as sort of indicative of what I need to overcome in order to sort of tell more diverse, complex, or interesting stories about fire. This is often what the audience that I'm writing to has in their heads. And that's a pretty big hurdle. It takes a lot to even develop a context that you can begin to tell a different story when these are the words that people are associating with your topic. I think a lot of it too comes from this. I kind of call this like the red blob problem, which is that, a lot of people during fire season, that's the only time they're thinking about fire, and they're seeing a map like this. And this may be very useful from a sort of evacuation, informational perspective, but in terms of showing us, how this fire burned, what its ecological effects might be, what the impacts are, the historical context for this fire. Why is it burning now? When's the last time a wildfire burned here? And so on and so forth. This map tells you so little, and yet that's kind of what most people know. So this is a quote from a wildfire scientist in California, and I see my situation as a journalist interested in this topic very similar to how she talks about science communications, where, you have the two things going on and are constantly navigating them. One of, wildfire is a natural process, and on the other, the moment that we're in collectively being quite unusual and more extreme. And so how to communicate that dichotomy, as she puts it, is I find very challenging. Um, these are some of the stories that I've written for the New Yorker. I kind of put them all here and then wanted to point out that some of these are actually very positive stories about fire and uh, managed wildfire, wildland firefighters, but the mood of these, I think, is not that far of a departure from those headlines that I showed. And there's a kind of tension in journalism of it bleeds. What bleeds leads, right? And even for my own editors, who I think are very curious, engaged, thoughtful individuals, once you start thinking about what is going to attract attention, how are we going to get eyes on this piece, there's a kind of instinct and a need to then appeal to people's like, um, I don't know, baser or, um, you know, just kind of some basic, catchy things to get them in. And in this case, it's like, wow, things are, I think, pretty bad, even if that's not the ultimate message of these stories. I think I would like it as a journalist to get to a point where the work that I've put out there has increased the vocabulary and the sort of public understanding of fire enough that someone could look at this and get curious and start asking questions rather than looking at this and seeing, hey, this is really terrible, what a disaster, to be like, where is this fire burning? Wow, like what is it doing? And who lit this fire? And this is, this was a 2,000 acre prescribed burn that I was on in Nebraska in April, started by local ranchers, none of which had NWCG qualifications, and had come together as a community to start this fire on private land. Same with this, another just cool pictures from Nebraska, a place that I really love to go. So So our two previous speakers talked about increasing public understanding, and that's actually, my own training as a journalist. That's sort of where I'm coming to it as well, which I think is really notable. That a lot of times with with some journalists and media outlets, and then fire professionals or organizations, there's a actual shared interest there in increasing public understanding. There's no licensing board for journalists, but we do operate and should be operating from a certain kind of core ethical standard. And these are some of those laid out by the SPJ, Society of Professional Journalists. I wanted to talk a little bit about some organizations and resources that have really been instrumental for me in helping to tell better and more complex stories about fire. The biggest issue for me is always access. I just got back from Fairbanks, Alaska, where I was reporting a story about smoke jumpers, and it took me 3 months to get permission to spend 4 days on the base to tell what is arguably a pretty positive story about smoke jumping. And that kind of struggle to get access is just a huge hurdle. And so these are some examples, I think, of organizations that have done an incredible job of deciding that they're going to attempt to change a narrative through engagement and access with journalists. And so in my experience, grassroots wildland firefighters is a place I know if I call them, they're not only going to be responsive, but they're going to offer multiple resources and interviewees that I can speak to and get a really deep understanding of issues like firefighter pay or mental health. And similarly, Cultural Fire Management Council at the Yurok Reservation in Klamath is an example of an organization and community that just, I feel, decided we are going to change the narrative around cultural burning. We are going to put this out there and have just, I think, done a huge amount to change the conversation around that issue. It's very rare, I find, to find reporters' guides. Another useful one that I've used frequently is from the Native American Journalism Association. They do one for journalists reporting in Indian country. And this is another example of an excellent reporter's guide that Fusey put out. It's a little bit dated, but the core concept and the questions that they're posing, I think, are really needed and useful to a journalist who might be going to a fire or reporting on a topic that they have no experience about. That often happens. And this is a sort of orientation. It's not trying to guide the journalist's coverage, but it's trying to orient them to some of the issues that might be really central and critical to the story they want to tell. It's really, really helpful for someone like me to find this and just get a kind of basic understanding of what should I be thinking about here? What are some questions I could be asking as I report this story? This is an amazing tool that I think, I've pointed to this a lot. This is from the Ecological Restoration Institute in Flagstaff at is it the University of anyway. But something like this, to me, I just found, not just personally, but I think as a public, as a tool for increasing public understanding, is so simple and yet so impactful. If you're talking about, how forests have changed as a result of fire exclusion or suppression, you just are online and toggle this back and forth, and you just immediately see this is what something looked like 100 years ago. This is what it looks like today. And from that starting point, you can begin a conversation about how do we get there? What are the things that people and communities could do or are already doing in order to create resilient ecosystems? This is a fantastic resource for me. I've done several workshops with this organization where they will bring together experts to speak to a specific environmental or natural resource issue. over 1 or 2 days virtually. And it's an opportunity for journalists to, in one place, hear perhaps 12 different experts speak to an issue, ask them questions. Everything's on the record. You can take what you learn and bring it out and begin to report new and interesting stories. It's just an incredible resource. Something like this, I think is super helpful. This is like a white paper. It's maybe 2 pages front and back. And then it allows a journalist to, look at this and it's a source for new ideas. It's a way to get information in one place. It provides context for certain news events. I think these briefing papers are fantastic. I wanted to just speak for a couple moments on what it means to be a source. If you're getting asked to be part of a story or to be interviewed, I think there's a couple of just key things that should be asked of the reporter in order to build trust and feel confident in your own ability to share information and tell a story. And the questions that I think are completely appropriate and a good place to start is, what is your reporting process? How long is this going to take? Who else are you talking to? Where are you going? Just to get a sense of how in depth is this thing? Is this like a 30 minutes? They're gonna put quick and dirty, put something online for clicks, or is this, a more lengthy undertaking? So things like quoting, like how do you check quotes? How do you attribute? You want to make sure that if you are quoted, that you are your title and everything, they're going to use the right thing. Fact checking, is there a fact checking process at all? If there's not, will the journalist be checking facts? It's usually not great to ask a journalist to see a draft. That's just kind of a thing that's not done. But fact checking is absolutely done. And there can be an expectation that at least they'll come back to you and say, you said X amount of smoke is in the air at this time of year. Is that true? And at least go through and make sure that everything's accurate. Asking about a publishing timeline and attribution, I already went over. This is another great resource for someone like me where an organization is just putting forth all of their experts. And what this tells me is that they want to be contacted. They want to speak to different topics and be experts sources. And so I could just go through and find a topic and find the person to contact. And it's just an amazing ability to do that when you're reporting a story. And then here's an example of a newspaper that I think is kind of playing it both ways in a really helpful way. So they're not only giving the public, great understanding of certain basic, scientific concepts with wildfire as well as basic facts, but they're also putting all of their journalist contact and email here. That's probably because they want tips, for stories from the public. But it also means that if you have a good story to tell, if you have a prescribed burn coming up, you can write or call any of these individuals and have a conversation with them. And most journalists really appreciate that. I wanted to just end with an example of a story that I did that I think is really interesting, complicated, and maybe a little unfortunate. And perhaps there's time to talk about this in the questions. I wrote a story about a prescribed burn association and the sort of explosion of PBAs across the country and pitched it to the New York Times. This was the first and only time I've ever written for them. I considered this like 100% a good news story. I felt that this was a story about community building. It was a story about local solutions to problems, about people coming together, transcending politics at a moment of extreme division. I really put this out there and thought, wow, like finally I've been able to do justice to this sort of movement of PBAs that I have seen firsthand and really feel is a incredible, um, in many different ways. And so I put the story out there, and 3 weeks later I said, you know what, I'm gonna look at the comments for this story. And boy, do I wish I never had. And I wanted to show this to you because I think it raises a lot of questions about, you know, publicity can sometimes be a double-edged sword. I started feeling after this that perhaps I had actually done a disservice to PBAs by putting them a spotlight on them in a national outlet. And one of the lessons from this, in my opinion, is that the audience for these stories really matters. Um, you know, I don't know that a national outlet is always like bigger and better spotlights are always better for telling these stories. If your audience is coming to it with no context, with little education, this isn't an issue that is right on their doorstep. In some ways, perhaps it will backfire. And I know it's not, you know, the comments section is a pretty lowly place to hang out in and may not represent everybody who read this story and took that information, you know, and what they did with it. And yet, I just think that for me, it was a real education in, you know, thinking about more carefully about my audience, how information is received, and sort of questioning, again, I do this all the time, the knowledge deficit, you know, sort of model that was pointed to in the first talk. That's kind of the model that underlies a lot of journalism, but it's not always true that just telling people, hey, this is a great thing and this is why, you know, they're just going to come back and say, what about all the beautiful creatures? And so then you have to try to explain that. So I just wanted to end with this sample of the challenges involved with kind of the stories I'm trying to do right now.
Great. Thank you, Maura. When we were putting together this session, we wanted to make sure that we were setting up the session in a way that was very logical of building in your direct communications and developing a communication plan, talking about smoke as one of the most important topics, but then also bringing in Maura and her expertise, especially as a wildland firefighter, tribe fire individual who's qualified to do so, and to deliver and help you reach the media. And so we have just a couple minutes for questions, but I thank the three of you for giving a stellar presentations and a wealth of resources and tidbits for people as a starting point. One of the questions that was put into the Q&A here, sorry, it's very hard to do this, is Christy Taylor shared that she really loved Ignition as a long form reframing of the story of fire. Just wondering how many media outlets you see actually investing in these alternative narratives about fire at this point, and do you think a lot of the editors / journalists are tuned in to this changing narrative? So let me open that, I guess, with Maura, and then if the other, if Ludi or Alexia want to build off of that.
Could you just repeat the first part of the question? I got the second half, but just so that.
You're on
Polly,
mute,
you're
Polly.
muted.
You're on mute, yeah.
Sorry.
So, sorry. Christy had asked, how many media outlets do you see actually investing in alternative narratives about?
Well, one thing about the way news outlets work and the way editors think is that if you can subvert people's expectations and sort of like capture their attention, that's usually a good thing. So I think over the last 10 years, there's been a real explosion in stories, looking at things like cultural burning, some prescribed fire stuff, but the overwhelming momentum is still in this direction of, you know, wildfires in Canada stalking in the city, you know, thousands of wildfires burning here. And there's when those stories are told, there's little to no context. So I see a shift around prescribed fire stories, but I don't see a shift around a deeper understanding of wildfire and like connecting those two things really and truly like in an ongoing way for the public. But I see a lot at local levels. Outlets like High Country News. I think the New Yorker's doing a great job of giving space to these stories. Um, but yeah, I think there has been some momentum and then it almost just gets lost in the summer. It's like we haven't learned how to tell a news story about wildfire, even though there's sort of these other things floating around that should be impacting our understanding and our policies around wildfire sort of shift, you know, how we're having a conversation about what needs to be done and how we're going to do it as a country.
And I'll kind of add to that Mara, your slide that had all the words on there that were very attention getting, but they tended to be very sensational. And that's a lot of the words that we see in our mainstream media. And so, to my point, when I was talking, well, words really, really do matter. And I deal more with media that it's just like a 24-hour news cycle, right? It's television stations or radio stations or that kind of thing. I don't deal as much with journalists that are doing more feature and more in-depth stories like what you've been more involved with. But I think it's incumbent upon us as subject matter experts to really develop a relationship with the journalists that we come in contact with and really help them. They want an accurate, robust story. They're wanting to tell an accurate portrayal of the subject matter. We'll help them do that. Maybe they're using some words, and as Mara mentioned, you can review. Sometimes you can ask to review for accuracy. They're not going to ask you to edit anything they're doing, but more for some accuracy. You could suggest maybe some verbiage or some visuals that might still tell the story, but do it in a more positive light. I have a journalist here in Florida who calls prescribed burn professionals tree torchers. Now his story, as in torching with fire, his stories are meant to have a very positive spin on prescribed burning, but he could choose some different verbiage. So it's up to us to help them along with that. So I think to your point, yeah, we should not only develop relationships with our audiences that come to mind, like community members, but with the media, help them tell your story. And because they want that, I really think.
Alexi, do you have anything to add? Well, you're running short on time. Don't want to take the
I'll leave it.
opportunity.
Yeah, I'll leave the what
All right.
Maura and Ludi said. They definitely covered anything I would add.
Well, I want to thank the three of you for your
Thank
time
you.
and expertise. I will share with everyone that we are looking to do more of a workshop focused mini workshop, like a 3-hour workshop just on communications and divining more finite skills in that capacity than what these three ladies can present to us in 15-minute increments. So we'll be sending out, I put some resources in the chat, and we'll be sending out a larger resource. So thank you, ladies. So we'll take a quick 3-minute break. And Matt, if you want to upload your presentation, you're out there. Matt, are you out there? You want to share your screen and upload your presentation?
I am here, yes. Let's see. And let's see here. There we go. Are you seeing the not the notes slide?
No, I'm seeing your speaker note slide. So if you go up to display settings and switch it to in the middle. Okay.
Okay. How about now?
Still seeing the same screen that we saw before. That's better. Perfect.
So now you see only the presentation, not the notes.
Yeah, I'm seeing the last year's crew.
Okay.
Right. All right. So we're going to get started again. Throughout the day, we have talked about adaptation and resiliency, starting with the changes in our environment that are changing the way that we respond to prescribed fire. Moved on to building capacity through adopting and improving certified prescribed burner programs, how we can better improve our communication. And with our last session today, we have some great speakers that are going to share, especially in our time where resources are limited and that we also, not one of us has all the time, the expertise, the knowledge to do all things, but focusing then on collaboration and how different partnerships have built adaptation and resilience through those collaborative efforts. And kicking this session is Matt Piccarello. He's the Deputy Director of the Forest Stewards Guild. He's based out of Portland, Maine, and he is my supervisor directly. He had worked for the Forest Stewards Guild for many years, working in different positions once he received his master's degree, but he served in that capacity from 2014. He served as a community forester coordinator and then moved on to become the Southwest Regional Director before taking a pause and moving on to the Nature Conservancy for a couple of years. So we're happy to have him rejoin the Forest Stewards Guild in 2024, and where he was promoted into the Deputy Director position for the Southeast and Northeast. So he now is the Deputy Director, focusing on the Eastern United States and building the programming there. He supports partnerships on diversity of land management programs and agencies to improve ecological forest restoration and forest health. He helps support and advance the Forest Stewards Apprentice Program, which he's going to talk about today. And as a supervisor, he's very actively engaged in supporting the education and development, both of his staff and the public in these. So I'll turn it over to you, Matt.
Thanks, Polly. One quick note, if you see me squinting, it's because I had eye surgery last week and this eye is still kind of blurry, so I might be like doing this just to give that explanation. So yeah, I'll be talking about the Guild's workforce development programs. I'll hone in on one particular program at different points in the presentation, the Forest Stewards Apprenticeship Program. And I'm also going to focus on the partnerships and collaboration that make these programs possible. I could figure out how to change slides. There we go. Okay, so just to frame us in terms of the Guild's approach to fire, which includes a lot of different elements, workforce development, collaboration, forest and fuel, so doing implementation on the ground. And I would say that what I'll talk about today, although I could make an argument that we touch on all of these things with our workforce development programs, but I think especially with our efforts to get more good fire in the ground, that these programs, the workforce development, the collaboration that makes it possible, and then forest and fuels, because our crews do implementation work to manipulate fuels and do prescribed fire implementation. So just giving some framing for the Guild's approach to getting more good fire in the ground in our fire management programs. So we have a couple different programs that fall under the workforce development umbrella at the Guild, and I'll touch on each of these throughout the presentation. So the Forest Stewards Youth Corps, this is our youngest cohort of folks. So this program actually started in New Mexico. It's been going on for more than 20 years, and this is the first year that we've had an FSYC crew in the East in partnership with Penobscot Nation. So high school aged youth, as I said, shorter in duration, so we fit this in the summer in between school breaks. So tend to be about 9 to 12 weeks in duration. And these crews do things like trail work, invasive species removal, so not using chainsaws, not able to do prescribed burning. Although when there's opportunities to provide education about the ecology of burning and things like that, we do that when possible. I know the FSYC crew in Penobscot Nation paddled out to Sugar Island, where the tribe's going to be doing a prescribed burn, hopefully this fall. So they got to learn about that project as an example. And as I'll say multiple times on this presentation, I've been in really close partnership with the Penobscot Nation, which is hosting our FSYC crew. So the next up, the Forest Stewards Apprenticeship Program. This was sort of based on a model from New Mexico where we have fire and fuels crews. So older folks, so 18 plus, longer duration, seasonal terms. But the apprenticeship model seemed to fit more in the East, so we went with that. About 5-person crews, we're always vehicle limited or just bound by vehicle seats. If we were to grow from a 5-person crew, probably the next step would be 6 or 8 people, because then you could fit that many people in 2 trucks. So these folks get a lot of different certifications and training, and we really just tried to load them up with as much as possible, from firefighter type 2, chainsaw safety, which depending on what part of the country you're in, might look a little different, wilderness first aid, defensive driving. So anything that can go on a resume that will help these folks be competitive for jobs once they leave our program. And then if you follow that link, I'm sure we'll make these presentations available. We've got some really great stories from our participants about their experience and things they've learned and reflections. And so we've got those collected there, and those are really great to read, and love to hear how people are benefiting from the experience and what they learned. And also on the right here, I've got the logos of our partners. So FSYC in the East, Penobscot Nation is our primary partner. With the Forest Stewards Apprenticeship, so we started this program in 2025, and the first Forest Stewards Apprenticeship, or FSA, crew was actually in Southwest Virginia, and that was in close partnership with the Nature Conservancy, as well as Virginia State Parks and Forestry Department. So we had both crews, one in Southwest Virginia and one in Maine. And I'll talk about the future of those crews in a minute here. And then the other model that we employ would be more of a general monitoring or forest technician crew. So these tend to be, or can be, smaller crews if it's a monitoring crew. We have a few active crews in the Northeast where it's just 2-person crews doing ecological monitoring. Early career and students, so we'll recruit college students and folks that maybe have a little bit of a background in data collection, because the priority is more project-based. So while we do try to provide training and education and professional development as we can, it doesn't have the same emphasis on that as like our apprenticeship programs or youth corps. So more priority being just, we need to get X number of plots done, or we need to get X number of acres treated. And at the moment, we have these crews hosted by National Park Service and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So to give you a sense of where these crews are in the East, we've grown a lot in the last couple years, and we've had crews as far south as Southwest Virginia, with our Forest Stewardship Apprenticeship crew. That was actually a year-long crew as well, I should say. And then a New River Gorge National Park. Last year it was Forest Stewardship Apprenticeship. This year we focused more on the technician side, so just getting the acres done. And so that'll be, I think we'll probably have funding for 3 cohorts, but that's still up in the air. And that crew is on the ground now doing good work, doing oak restoration, thinning out or creating canopy openings to promote oak regeneration on the national park. We also have some resilient forest technicians, so sort of like an internship based out of parks in the Northeast. We have 4 interns at 3 parks, and then a partnership with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Last year, actually no, last year was at Sylvia Ocant National Wildlife Refuge in Vermont. 2-person crew collecting long-term ecological monitoring data, actually establishing those plots. And then this year we have another 2-person crew at Umbagog National Wildlife Refuge in New Hampshire and a crew in Moosehorn National Wildlife Refuge. That is a technician crew that will be 6 months in duration. So Moosehorn had some additional needs around forest planning, so that crew will go and move into timber cruising and whatever other needs that Moosehorn has. They might get into some PCT work and prescribed burning if we can pull it off with some of our partners like Penobscot Nation. And then that gets us to Penobscot Nation. So as I mentioned last year, we had our first FSA crew there. We have additional funding for this year, 2026 and 2027 to have additional cohorts. And we are doing our first FSYC crew in 2026, and they started back in June. So up and down the East Coast. Okay, so just to give the menu of trainings that we provide, so not every single crew gets all of these. For example, the registered pesticide technician is something we have in the Southeast, but we haven't done that in the Northeast yet. Although I should say we did in 2024 with a different program in partnership with the Nature Conservancy. So technically we have done that in the Northeast, but at the moment our crews in the Northeast are more focused on firefighting and chainsaw, brush saw, doing the PCT type work. So as I said at the beginning, we try to load up our crews with as much professional certifications and experience based on just our experience of applying for jobs and sort of mock applying for jobs. What does it take to be a forest technician for the state of Maine or New Hampshire or Virginia? And we look at all the different things that those jobs ask of the people that are applying, and then that will inform how we build our programs and the kinds of projects that we pursue with our partners. Diverse project implementation, invasive species removal, whether it's with herbicide or just manually removing them. Pre-commercial thinnings you see in the center photo there using brush saws, and prescribed fire when we're able to pull it off with our partners. We've been successful so far, both in Southwest Virginia as well as our main FSA crew, of getting those crews onto fire. And one thing I'll note about like how we measure success for these types of programs, and I think we're starting to see that with our crews in the East. In the beginning, it will be guild staff calling up partners and saying, are you having any burns? Do you have any projects? Can we send our crew? Can we be helpful? Success is when we start fielding those calls. And we've seen this happen where an FMO or somebody gets a guild staff member's phone number, and then we start getting a call like, hey, if you'd like to come out, or we would like you to come out, please, we need the numbers. And we're able to provide that additional capacity that might not have been there previously. So that's a really exciting moment for us when we start getting those calls and emails. We also focus on some more technical skills, not just in the field. So GIS and other geospatial tools using tablets, Survey 123. The Southwest Virginia crew actually took a GIS class from the local community college. So those sorts of partnerships with community colleges and universities, those have come up over the years with our workforce development programs and have been really successful for us to give college credit for the experience that someone might get in one of our programs. And then something that is really important for this kind of work, especially the invasive plant work, plant ID. We're fortunate to have staff that are really passionate about that and have made some training tools and spent a lot of time working with our crews, identifying different maples. And this is what these different invasive species look like. Because as you can imagine, when you get to leaf off and you're trying to identify trees just by the bark, if that's not something you've done before, then that can be a challenge. But kudos to our staff for really walking our crews through that and able to be successful. Okay, so I wanted to highlight a partnership between the Guild and Penobscot Nation since we're focused on collaboration. So just to give a timeline and some of the highlights of how this all came together, because it's an interesting story, I think. So in 2024, Penobscot Nation is awarded a landscape scale restoration grant from the Forest Service. Just prior to that, through some professional connections from Guild staff and Penobscot Nation, had a phone call, shared what the kind of work we do, the kind of things Penobscot Nation was interested in. They expressed an interest in workforce development and working with high school aged youth. So we said, cool, yeah, we can do that. We've tried that or we've done that in New Mexico. We'd love to do it in Maine as well. So we're listed as a subawardee in that grant to establish an FSYC crew starting in 2025. So this would have been last summer. Funding delays cancels the summer 2025 FSYC crew. Just sort of ran into time constraints, and I think it got to be like May, and the funding wasn't secure. But kudos to both Guild and our partners, Penobscot Nation. We shifted gears, said, okay, well, once the funding came through, can we change gears and start up a Forest Stewardship apprenticeship crew like the one we have in Southwest Virginia and started in the fall, since technically we had enough time to do the hiring and get folks on board. So this came together all very, very quickly, and I think just speaks to the level of collaboration between the Guild and Penobscot Nation. So I think we started the hiring process and recruiting in like June, maybe. It could have been later than that. I don't remember. Those folks started in September and went through February. In that time, the crew starts late August. No, sorry, September 1st. We threw them right into training, chainsaw safety training, FFT2 in partnership with Maine Air National Guard. Actually, I'll talk about this in a slide, so I'll leave that for a minute. But also in 2025, the Guild was awarded an Indigenous Forest Knowledge Fund grant for additional Forest Stewardship apprenticeship cohorts in 2026 and 2027. So because of the success of the crew in Southwest Virginia, as well as the active crew at the time we were applying, with Penobscot Nation, we were able to leverage that success to have additional cohorts. So just leveraging funding, Penobscot Nation had funding, the Guild had funding. We brought it together to build this program of both FSYC and Forest Stewardship apprenticeship. And then here we are in 2026, and our inaugural FSYC crew started in June, and we're actively hiring for our next round of Forest Stewardship apprenticeship in August. Okay, so another highlight, project highlight, talk about the main treks that happened last year. So as I said, the project came together really quickly on the Guild side for the FSA crew because of delays in funding. But the Guild and Penobscot Nation, we agreed to go for it. Started the hiring pretty late into the summer. September 1st, they go straight into training. The firefighter type 2 training was provided by the Maine Air National Guard and Maine Forest Service, who happened to have a training. I think it was, Polly can correct me later, that was associated with the treks and getting new folks on board, but I could be completely wrong on that. But that was really convenient because we did not have to put people through the online training and figure out the field day. They were able to just jump into that and get trained. The following week or the week after, I think we had maybe 2 weeks in between FFT2 training and the treks, in which time I think they got their chainsaw training and first aid CPR training. So we really just front loaded all of the training so that they could hit the ground running with project work once they made it through treks. And also have to mention our partners at TNC, Nature Conservancy, plus the Guild and other partners that help pull off that treks. But that was a really great experience for the crew members. I know several of them mentioned it being a highlight of their experience. And I remember sitting there hearing reflections from other treks participants saying how great it was to have a variety of experience and being able to teach folks who are new to fire and how much they valued that as well. Okay, I wanted to highlight a couple of our graduates from the program. Just to give you some insight into how these programs benefit our participants. So in the upper left there is Jacob. Jacob has a forestry degree, but needed the experience to gain his licensure. So we picked Jacob up on our Forest Stewardship Apprenticeship crew with Penobscot Nation. And after completing the program, he got picked up by Penobscot Nation and is now working for them as a forester. And right below Jacob is Gabe. Gabe is also on our FSA crew with Penobscot Nation. He grew up on Indian Island and had done some landscaping work, but really was looking for a new opportunity in the outdoors, did not have the traditional forestry background or even like youth corps background. But I could tell in the interview, like this guy has the aptitude, he's into it, and he's looking for an opportunity. And he's done great. Was an excellent FSA apprentice, and is now our crew leader for Forest Stewards Youth Corps and will be our Forest Stewards Apprenticeship crew leader as well. So we're really fortunate to have Gabe move through the program, and it's really great to see him progress as he moves along in his career. In the top right there, that's Walker. Walker's on our FSA Southwest Virginia, or SWIVA as we call it, crew. He'd been a teacher and has a degree in environmental studies, but didn't have the experience in the field to get into natural resources, which is the shift he wanted to make. And now he's in a leadership position helping to manage a Hurricane Helene recovery crew outside of Asheville. And then below Walker is Rachel. Rachel was on our Forest Stewards Apprenticeship crew in New River Gorge National Park. She had just graduated high school when she started with us, and we tried to hire her back this year, but she'd already gotten a job with, I think it was West Virginia State Parks. I don't remember if that was the state agency, but I do remember it was with the state. And so that was really exciting. Love to see it when someone doesn't come back because they got some other job. That is ultimately our goal. So just to give you an idea of how, and this is not all the success stories, even just from the last 2 years, but just wanted to highlight a few folks. And then also want to make sure to mention all of the other guild staff. So just because I'm presenting on this program does not mean that I do all of the work by any stretch of the imagination. So we've got folks like Sarah in the top left, delivering the registered pesticide applicator training to our SWIVA and New River Gorge crews last summer. And Michelle, who's based in Vermont, is working with our monitoring technicians, digging in the dirt, doing soil measurements. And then we've got our Southeast crew. Kenzie has been, she's next to me there, second from left, who has a lot of experience doing herbicide application in the private sector. And so it's been really great for teaching our crews as well. And then Christy Fiore is there helping to teach tree ID, the middle picture there. And Chris has been leading our SWIVA crew as well as the New River Gorge crew. And then Rachel Swanik also has had a big hand in program development, getting the funding and partnerships together. So I just want to make sure to mention the other staff that have been critical to these programs. And then that's it for me, but hopefully we're going to have more of these crews. There's interest. One thing that guides me that I like to say is there's not too many jobs for young people. So I don't think we're going to run out of opportunities. If there's willing partners, funding, and projects, then we can adapt these programs and help to provide opportunities both for the youth in the area as well as for our partners that need work done. So thank you everybody for your time.
Great, thank you, Matt. That was excellent. Great overview of different programs that could actively engage the Guild in collaboratively, or different ideas for building workforce capacity in your region. Next up, I have Karen Caljo and Mass Wildlife, as well as Ogden Paul with the Mashpee Wampanoag Nation. So Karen and Akhtan are going to speak about strategies to increase beneficial fire and the collaboration and partnerships in Massachusetts that Mass Wildlife has facilitated, especially with the Mashpee and Wampanoag tribe, through some federal funding that they're able to get to provide a long-term 5-year internship program, actively engage in that program. So Karen is the prescribed fire manager with Mass Wildlife, based out of Westborough, Massachusetts. She's been a fire manager and restoration ecologist for many years, and she coordinates the prescribed fire and landscape restoration activities across the state, and she's been with the division since 2015. Um, she is a skilled prescribed fire practitioner. She's one of the first women that was able to obtain the qualification of burn boss in the Northeast. And she's worked from Virginia down to Maine and is very active in restoring and maintaining prescribed fire on the landscape, not only in Massachusetts, but along the coastal plain. Akhtan Paul is a member of the Wampanoag, the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe, and he serves as the natural resource fellow for the tribe. And his primary responsibilities include supporting prescribed fires across the state and pursuing prescribed fire trainings and other related trainings to help prepare him for expanded roles in fire management. His ultimate goal is to become a burn boss for the nation, and expanding his training opportunities, using and applying his training opportunities to help build prescribed fire capacity among the tribal members and building greater capacity for cultural fire keeping and conducting prescribed burns on other tribal land properties as well. So Karen, I'll turn it over to you for you and Akhtan to pick it up.
Can you actually see me, Polly? I don't know that I'm showing up on your screen, but as long as you can hear me.
I can't see you, and your screen is tiny.
Just unshare. Karen, unshare, stop sharing, and then try to reshare again.
Okay, it's probably from the left. Sorry about that. How about that? Oops.
No, now it's just a black screen. I think it's just your screen. I can try sharing again.
Hold on a second.
And if it doesn't work, I can share as well, Karen.
I'm just not seeing the taskbar, so it's like.
Do you want me to share your presentation?
No, hold on a second. I'm coming back on. I'm going to try. I think it was because Matt hadn't signed off yet. So.
I see it starting to screen share.
Sorry.
Yeah, now I see your presentation. So you want to put it in slideshow view?
All right. Well, you can't see me, but that's all right. Maybe.
Yeah. And then go up to display settings and just change it to swap.
How's that?
Slide. Perfect. All right, you're good to go.
Are we in? Are we okay? Or
yes,
should we
go for it? We can see your presentation.
Great. Well, Akhtan and I are really excited to be here and share some of our strategies and the recent accomplishments that we have for this initiative. And we're working to conserve and build resilience in some coastal barrens in southeastern Massachusetts. And the project involves over 15 partners in Mass Wildlife, the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe, and several other key partners are really working on this initiative. The project's funded through the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation's America's Beautiful Challenge grant. It's a very large grant. There are a number of components to it, including restoration of aquatic habitats as well as upland habitats and pine barrens. We received the award in 2022 and actually started implementation a year later. So As you can see, these are the focal areas within that project, and it includes the southeastern barrens or the Atlantic coastal barrens that range from Plymouth all the way out to the outer Cape. There are 4 main focal areas that we're focusing on with this particular initiative. And one of the main areas is the Mashpee Pine Barrens region, which is located on the edge of Falmouth and Mashpee on Cape Cod. As I said before, there are a number of collaborators, including the Wampanoag tribe, the trustees of reservations, Mass Audubon, and a number of groups. And we'll touch upon some or all of this work. Now, this region in southeastern Mass is really important because it's one of the largest barrens north of New Jersey, and the landscape has been identified as a regional conservation priority. Supports over 180 state and declining species of greatest conservation need, and some federally listed species. And so it's been a priority for Mass Wildlife for quite a while. This is also the ancestral home of the Algonquin indigenous peoples. And so we are working very closely with the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe, and we'll continue to work with the Aquina tribe and the Herring Creek Band of the Wampanoags as we move forward with the project. The area supports, an ever-growing human population, and there's a lot of habitat loss and fragmentation, fire suppression, water withdrawals, and a number of stressors that really, impact this unique area. And so fire suppression, because of this increased development, has led to dense overstory growth in many areas. And we see the areas leading to a deteriorated habitat quality into the future. So we're really interested in expanding opportunities for barrens restoration in this really important area, and making prescribed fire available across multiple land ownerships, and focusing that restoration on upland barrens and woodlands and grassland, as well as focusing on a number of other increase in capacity for training, things like that. So this requires us to evaluate our priorities and collaborate with those partners that we work with very closely. And it's really important that we actually work together on all of that. And one of our main partners is the trustees of reservations, and they are a key partner in this conservation initiative. The America the Beautiful grant paid for about 80% of the cost of 4 prescribed burns over 2 years on trustees' properties, and known as the Lyman Reservation, as well as the Mashpee River Reservation. And the Lyman Reservation abuts extensive barrens that occur in the Red Brook WMA, and the Mashpee Reservation abuts the jurisdictional boundary of the Mashpee National Wildlife and Mass Wildlife lands that are found upstream. So it's important that we work very closely with our partners. And in any given year through this project, there have been at least 8 prescribed burns funded through the project. Also forest cutting activities and fire break work. Now, I mentioned that the project was an aquatic protection initiative as well. So the fire break work that occurred in the Red Brook Wildlife Management Area, the trees that were stumped and taken out of the fire breaks were actually used in the restoration of the abandoned cranberry bog and the protection of some of the streamside restoration for sea run brook trout in that area. So it has many components, and we're being pretty innovative on how we use the limited funds we have to move the project forward. We also worked really closely with the Wampanoag tribe and the town of Mashpee on prescribed fire planning and to make sure that we had accurate prescribed fire plans that address not only Mass Wildlife's lands, but the town properties and the Wampanoag lands. And we just recently finished the prescribed fire plan for the three entities, and we'll be initiating fire and some forest thinning activities within that area. We also have worked very closely with the Barnstable Land Trust and our regional wildland fire experts to really increase planning for several of the towns within this area that own really important habitats. Municipalities don't have lots of resources for managing those areas. So we've been working on updating their prescribed fire plans and increasing capacity to get fire underway. And then this is a really important part of the project. Working with our regional and local partners, we're focused on mutual goals that have worked on increasing training and partnerships on prescribed burns. And that's not only for the Wampanoag tribe, and we'll start working on more trainings in the near future, but also conservation organizations and volunteer groups. This is really important to work. There's a really interesting effort underway, and I think it's been really productive. And the Massachusetts DCR Bureau of Fire Control has increased blended wildland fire training for municipal firefighters within the area. And it's been wonderful because many of those municipal firefighters actually participate on prescribed burns within the area. And then groups like AmeriCorps and the Outer Cape's Common Keepers also assist on burns. And as you can see on the slide on the left, there are, in any one burn, you may have 20 participants, and they come from all different venues and work very closely together. And there are a lot of trainees that work with mentors on all of these burns and gain valuable experience. So that's been a real plus for us. Another important component of the initiative is communications and outreach. And our communications this morning, that session was really wonderful. And I learned a lot of things from that session just listening to our three speakers. But we all recognize that this is a really important part of the work that we do. And whenever we put fire on the ground, we have to really work to make sure that people understand why we're doing that and understand the importance of conserving this landscape and the benefits of prescribed fire or even mechanical treatments. So throughout the year, there are numerous walks and talks, and I think we're increasing understanding within this area so that we can continue prescribed fire into the future. And that's a really important part of this. And each of the walks has a growing audience, it seems, and people appear to understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. So I'm now actually going to turn things over to Aktan, and he'll tell you a little bit about where we are with some of the tribal efforts. And I can advance the slides for you if that works for you.
Hey, thank you. Yep, that would work out for me.
Okay.
Yep. So my name's Uktan Paul, and I work in the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe as a natural resource fellow. And this shows a little bit of like where we come from. On this map right here, you can see that we, the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe, are located on the Cape, and yeah, the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe is a band of Wampanoags that stretch throughout Massachusetts and Rhode Island, and the Wampanoags are also called the people of the first light, just because we're kind of like the most like eastern part of the East Coast, and yep, that shows where we come from. And my role as a natural resource fellow is I'm a member, um, or I do a lot of work with fire. I've been learning how to do or how to conduct prescribed burns, and I've also been doing a lot of my own research on like how Native Americans culturally had done burns in the past, and I focus a lot of my time on trainings and trying to get other people in the tribe qualified for trainings. And I also am currently working on like a CWPP for the tribe, Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And yeah, we do a lot of other things as well. I do a lot of shellfish farm work and do some water quality for the tribe and do a lot of plant surveys and just community outreach and stuff like that. Uh, Next slide, please. Yeah, the couple of our main goals are to bring more beneficial fire to like tribal lands and just neighboring lands as well. Mass Wildlife has been helping me get out on like more burns and stuff, and helping get me some more experience so that I can work towards on becoming a burn boss, and hopefully guiding more tribal members into um, fire roles, and getting more tribal members involved. And yeah, the also just trying to carry on traditions of firekeeping. I know a lot of my relatives, and um, as well as like a lot of our elders, they've been practicing fire for pretty much like centuries, and now it's really cool to see that we kind of get to do this in a professional level. Um, the benefits of fire in Mashpee Pine Barrens are a lot of the significant benefits are like the restoring ecosystems of pitch pine, oak woodlands, Atlantic white cedar, as well as like blueberries, all sorts of different berries benefit from fire. Um, and also removing thick and mid-story vegetation, um, trying to reduce tick populations, as well as trying to uh, create better habitat for land animals and mammals so that they can move throughout the forest uh, with ease and kind of come back to our lands. But also increasing light to lower shrubs and supporting rare and endangered plants to repopulate the areas. And yeah, it also helps with our cedar swamps. Yeah, it increases the amount of, or it opens up the vegetation for wetland plants to grow. Um, as of right now, I'm currently the only member of the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe that is qualified as like a firefighter type 2. I'm currently trying to get more qualifications and working towards getting more trainings. And we've also been getting equipment so that we can get more people on board to do prescribed firework as well as firefighting work. And um, this just shows a skid unit that we just purchased. Uh, it's on the back of a UTV that we own. And yeah, this is just one of the recent purchases, and we hope to get some more equipment going and just kind of fill up our inventory. And yeah, we also are working towards getting other tribes and tribal members on board to do prescribed burns. I know that the Native Land Conservancy is interested in doing burns, and a couple people actually have been starting doing the trainings. And then, as well as the Aquinnah Wampanoag tribe, they're working towards um, trying to figure out how to uh, get into trainings, and they are just kind of interested because of their wild urban interface is very thick, and they have a lot of lands that need kind of uh, less vegetation for uh, less ticks and stuff like that. And yeah, I've been on about like 30 plus burns so far with Mass Wildlife. So um, yeah, this has been pretty good learning experience. Yeah, prior to this, I didn't know too much. I knew just about how like we would burn like for like centuries, and um, yeah, it was definitely a lot different from how things are traditionally done nowadays. Potential and ongoing projects. Prescribed fire. Um, we've been doing a lot of prescribed fire on our reservation, or at least we've done it like in the past years we have. But recently we've been getting more involved with Mass Wildlife to conduct like burns with their crews, and working on actually like building burn plans and hoping to spread to other sites. This is a map of Moshup Village Farm that we hope to burn because that would help for just wildfire mitigation, and as well as reproduction of endangered species. A lot of wetland plants in there that need more exposure to sunlight. And there's also uh, a lot of community outreach that we're currently working on. Um, we do a POH camp where we talk to kids about preserving our homelands, which one of those days we kind of designate to talking about prescribed fire as well as cultural fires. And yeah, that is usually with like a age group from like 10 to 12. And then uh yep, and then we did a walk like Karen was saying earlier with Mass Wildlife to talk about the southern pine beetle as well, and how prescribed fire is helping to prevent the southern pine beetle. Hmm.
I think that may be it.
All right. Thank you. All right. I appreciate you guys having me. Yep. And this has been a really great experience as well.
It's been a pleasure often to work with you and help support and get to know you through the main tracks and to see you continue to grow professionally in an area that you're passionate about. And kudos to Karen and Mass Wildlife Programming to support you in that goal and initiative. And thank you, Karen, for sharing about the program. I'm going to move forward in the name of time, and then we can have an opportunity for questions at the end. So our final speaker related to collaborations is, is Dr. Devin McGranaghan. I said that right, Devin. He's a research scientist and scholar who focuses on fire science and rangeland ecosystems. He has a very diverse and interesting path to getting his PhD after he secured his BA in biology from Grinnell College. He had the fortune of traveling to Southern Africa and studying game ranching on commercial farms. He then went on to get an MS in sustainable agriculture and a PhD in ecology and evolutionary biology from Iowa State University, where he studied pastoral grazing and invasive species effects on fire behavior. So he brings a bit of grassland management to the workshop today, but his other aspect of what he's been actively engaged as a researcher has been helping to develop open source applications to study wildfire behavior, but also helping support the development of science manager collaborations using hands-on fire science workshop, AKA, which is my favorite, the nerd tricks. So in our area of expertise in putting fire on the ground, there's people that either love it or people that sway away from monitoring. And the Tallgrass Prairie Oak Savannah Consortium, Fire Science Consortium, had worked to develop this hands-on workshop with many collaborators, and Devin was one of the lead collaborators to develop this workshop to help folks get up to speed on different collaborations between the fire scientists and fire managers. So I'll turn it over to you, Devin, to share more about that programming and helping getting more collaborative monitoring on the ground.
Great, thank you. Can you see the presentation fine, Polly, everybody?
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm using Zoom on a new computer, on an old computer. I don't know why I have a marmot back here, and I'm just leaving, I guess. So thanks. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all. I guess you're having an afternoon. I'm still in my morning here in Montana. So I want to cover these few things, try to get through it as quickly as we can, but I'm going to start talking about what we called in a paper recently, or a few years back now, wildland fire science literacy, and how that kind of made the framework for the researchers who came together with some managers in the Fish and Wildlife Service, but especially this thing really swung around TNC, or the Nature Conservancy, and putting this together. So we'll talk about what really went into our workshop, and then I guess I want to kind of focus on what I, as a researcher, try to give to students that are interested in establishing some monitoring programs, some of the points that I really think that make a good one, just in general, that'll be ecosystem agnostic, and in other words, it's something you could use anywhere. So when we think about wildland fire science, the wildland fire science literacy, it's literally this italicized stuff here. I hate reading straight up, but we want to be able to understand and communicate the fundamentals of wildland fuels and fire behavior within the concept of a fire regime, which needs to be understood as a socio-ecological system. So we see this playing out in two realms, or two arenas. We can think about us as being professionals in the field, and we can think about us as being professionals in the office. In the field, there's a lot of things that affect fire and fire behavior. We're all familiar with triangles, fire triangles. We've adapted some of these here to show how these things relate at different scales and what are the important variables in each one of these domains within the field. So looking at what elements of weather are really important to understand how it affects fire, both in communicating how fire might behave, but then also in understanding how a fire might have behaved. This is information that is really useful to put along and saying, instead of saying just we burned, or we're going to burn, you say like these are the conditions under which we want to burn. This is different than a prescription, which is your the domain of weather or fuel considerations that you can possibly burn. But saying like this is what we're targeting or this is what we had, and a way to convey fire effects. So then in the office, those we all need to understand how these things affect outcomes in relation to our objectives. So this was in a paper on wildland fire science literacy. Um, and in thinking about this, something that we find is there's some shortcomings in the community around where we when people ask how your burn season went, folks will talk about, oh, we got so many acres turned black, this sort of stuff, and not necessarily what sort of objectives were met. Researchers are oftentimes just have a control that's not burned, and their treatment is just to burn, and so they need to just go out there and spread some fire, and they've achieved that treatment. Um, with not necessarily any respect to what sort of intensity that fire affected or on a dose response gradient or anything like that. Managers can be how often do you think about like an invasive species or some other objective where someone said, well, I burned and that species decreased in cover the next year, and someone else burned and they said, oh well, we burned and the cover it went the other way, it decreased or it didn't change or whatever. And without being able to talk about, well, we had a really hot spring burn versus this really cool fire in the fall, say, it's like those are the sort of things that need to be conveyed along with it. And something I've seen, I don't know that it's necessarily so bad in forests out in forestry programs out west, but in the plains, we are really seeing an erosion of practical experience among fire and fire ecologists. So a lot of our classic fire ecology positions in the plains, and I'm not going to get too specific, but they've been replaced with folks that are fire scientists in terms of pyrogeography and GIS, and these are all important ways to approach fire. We get a lot of information with geospatial analysis and remote sensing and that stuff. But these are the folks that are teaching basic fire ecology, and they're not able to take students out to burn and might not have had any fire line experience themselves. It's increasingly difficult for anyone to get out on a burn, whether it is liability that the universities are concerned about at their research stations. I feel like a lot of collaborating agencies are kind of tightening up in a lot of places in terms of who they're going to allow on a burn, and the feds especially. Like if you don't have a red card and probably aren't you're going to have a very close relationship to get onto a Forest Service burn if you're not a Forest Service employee, even if you do have a red card. So a lot of times, if you're collecting fuels data, it's before a burn on a forest, and you're out there, days, weeks after a fire, not necessarily there. So this is a little model here. Hopefully, you've kind of looked through that. Ideally, to be fully literate in wildland fire science, you've been trained in how to burn, education and ecology, meteorology, all the sort of sciences that we want to apply. And then you have a lot of experience in burning under different conditions and, being on the fire and all this stuff. But we see these cases where, and we just put some examples of kind of like where you might be in your career or your background that would show some lack in some of these. So in 2022, we finally got together. This idea was something as I was teaching at North Dakota State University, I put together a fire ecology class. But at NDSU anyway, we didn't have a lot of labs. Everything was done inside, and I thought that was kind of weird. It's also Fargo, but there are times when we could be outside, and I was doing a lot of teaching with graduate students. We did our own fires for research. So grad students were our crew, and I was the burn boss for those fires. And so we got to do a lot of teaching on the fire line, but that wasn't something I could share with my fire ecology class, and that was really frustrating. Um, and then at that point, I also got roped into being on the management team for the Tallgrass Prairie and Oak Savannah Fire Science Consortium. And at the end of one budget cycle, there's kind of just a conversation where somebody's like, "What would you really like to do?" And I was just like, really like, my big dream would be to just spend a week doing fire science, like fire behavior and burning, actually burning. And long story short, well, this is the story. It happened. It started with some of you will probably have known and miss Craig Mayer, who was our coordinator when I started with T Post. Now it's Paul Charland, who is a former U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So he's joined our cadre, and he's been a great asset. It really revolves around Ryan Gauger, who is the Nature Conservancy's, I guess, FMO for Missouri. He's the fire guy in Missouri. Big fire bug, but also a nerd. And Chris Woodson is biologist at the Big Muddy near refuge near Columbia, Missouri. Turns out also a nerd. And so Dr. Carissa Wonka, who this group might be familiar with from past, she's now at the University of Florida, but she and I wrote a book together, The Ecology of Fire Dependent Ecosystems. So we've both been crunching this literacy issue. And so we all came together. Ryan set us up with the Dunn Ranch Prairie in north central Missouri. They have bison, a lot of land, and they had some lodging on there. So it's just the perfect, kind of central for Great Plains and Tallgrass, Oak Savannah region. So this is where this all started to go down. So we did this first in 2022, and we have done it every year since. So we just had our 5th year this spring with intentions to keep going. So, what are our core concepts of what we ended up calling nerd treks because it's built around the treks model loosely. Ryan, our burn boss, organized the treks in southern Missouri. He does it a couple weeks before this. So he's down in southern Missouri with a proper treks and then comes up to northern Missouri for this nerd treks. And the idea is that we have students, they're out there for, we're just a week long, 4 or 5 days. We work in squads as much as we can, but we combine lessons in wild and fire science with training and then experience in prescribed fire operations. So there's a lot of different directions I could go with this talk. I love talking about this sort of stuff. Haven't actually presented it myself before. But so we cover fuels, and a lot of what we talk about is related to prairies to grasslands. We go over fire weather, show people how to use belt weather kit, but also kestrels in terms of handheld kestrels, logging kestrels, so you can get your full operational period recorded. And fire behavior using a system that I developed myself actually from an open source programming system called Arduino, and a lot of soldering. We have this thermocouple data logger array that not only gets us temperature, but we can calculate rate of spread with it. And again, I can talk about more of that later if people are interested. And then we go over ignitions. Everyone's required to be firefighter type 2 qualified. So if people aren't coming in with that, and a lot of our students aren't, they do it online, and then we have a pack test if they need it before the thing starts. And then our first day is essentially the field day for S13190 certification, going over all the stuffs and spraying and all that jazz. So we have kind of 2 elements, and aside from teaching and demonstrating all the fuels and fire behavior measurements. We have what we call kind of small scale burns, and then we do some large scale burns. So these small scale burns, in this top photo, you can see this is the office for Dunn Ranch Prairie. There's an office building there, and then a shed where all the fire equipment lives. This is our base of operations, and around it, it has, I think, like 8 little prairies that range from like 1 to 5 acres that are separated by walking trails, as you can see down in the bottom picture. So these are for for when people come to visit and want to see some prairie, but they also are these tiny little replicated units that are all around the shop. And so when we break into our squads, students can go and work as groups and find like their monitoring points in there, get some data collection. We have in the booklet, and I'm happy to share this with folks. We have a scouting sheet. It's like a rubric that when they go around, it's like, okay, scout this unit, all the things that they need to bring back to make a burn plan for that little unit. And then I created this little Mad Lib for a briefing so they can brief each other, and they just fill out, there's a line, it's just like, okay, today we are expecting, okay, current and expected fire weather, and off the sorry, spot weather forecast and all that. And then they burn. So they implement their plan, and the other squads watch them, and then we all talk about it. And we get trainees. So unlike a proper Trex, we're not focused on ink in a textbook and all that, but we're very much open to it if a chance comes up. So in this picture down here, because we feel like this is a pretty controlled environment. And so we actually set these students up for not a failure, but we let that spot fire go. We saw it happen. We saw it coming when they briefed their squad on their plan. We're like, that's going to spot. And then Ryan just says, well, we've got a lot of resources downwind. Let's let it happen and see how they react. And so we had someone with a FFT1, that's Farron Davis Anderson, actually, with the Shakopee Minnewakanton tribe outside of Minneapolis. She got a size up out of that when we let it happen, and then that other prairie we just finished the burn on that. So that was pretty fun. So then we do burn bigger units. We in like our 3 or 4 4 or 5 days that we have out there, we've gotten between 800 and 1,100 acres every year, except for this year. We weren't able to burn this year. Actually, our 5th year was our number came up. In the 4 years prior to that, we had gotten a lot of fire done. So we go out there and collect data before the burn. Students do our crew members, and then you can see here's one of those data loggers there on the right. Students going and recovering that after the fire. So at this point, this is the burn boss and TNC's crew. They are in charge of the whole operation. These are the burns that TNC wants to get done. So Ryan enjoys this because he feels that it advances TNC's mission for training and resource and capacity development. But he's also getting a lot of burns done on this unit that's kind of on the margins of his operational area, I guess. And so the participants are the crew. They're certified now. And then we make sure that they're getting to do all the tasks and rotating them through so they get the experience of being on a fire line, burning and holding and spraying water. And then Chris and I, as the researchers, we're just sort of floating around. We have considerable experience ourselves in prescribed fire, so we're kind of like sub-line bosses. But when you see pictures of a prescribed fire, you expect to see people leaning on their tools. That's how you know that the prescribed fire is going well. If you see pictures of prescribed burn and somebody's running, there's some problems. So instead of just standing there leaning on tools, we're going around saying like, oh, hey, what are you seeing there? What do you expect when that flame front hits that slope? Kind of if there was a period in S290 when they had a unit called like predicting the next big change or whatever, and I've continued to use that a lot on the fire line, going up to a student and be like, hey, what's going to happen next? Where do you think what's the next change? Do you see a change in slope? Do you see a change in fuels? What's our weather doing now versus what it was an hour ago, and maybe where it will be in an hour? That sort of stuff. puts all that conceptual stuff from the workbook into play when we're on the fire line. So just some notes on how me as a scientist who is very data hungry, how do you turn that into a useful monitoring plan? And the way I frame this with folks is, it's like I'm data hungry. You can never have too much data, and so I'd come in and say like, here's the 5 things that I want to have data on. And you can think about a manager saying like, okay, buddy, but I can get maybe 2, 3 of those tops. Okay, which are the most important ones then? And such a simple question, but it makes all the difference to me, I think, in whether a monitoring plan is going to be successful. And I think it circles back to that fire science literacy, understanding the fire regime for your unit or your ecosystem, knowing what your objectives are, and seeing what is going to make the difference and measuring those things. Not just measuring something because you can measure it, or somebody knows how to measure it, or you saw a talk on it once and it was cool. Is that a relevant piece of information for you? Um, and then looking at trends more than just the core numbers. And then design tips on that. So we talk a lot about, you can see this Robel poll in this photo up here. We talk about non-destructive methods for measuring fuels, getting a lot of data rather than trying to get necessarily super precise data. And the most important thing, I think, and this is my last point, is to be consistent in where these data are collected from. I got a hold of a FEMO data spreadsheet from across the Midwestern region of National Park Service, and it had all this fuels data and fire behavior data and severity burn coverage data and shrub response data. And when I was like, great, I want to go A, B, C, D in this. And by the time I lined up thousands of rows of data to where I had actually a data point that was this pre-burn, this burn, this post-burn, this vegetation response, there was 4 instances of that out of thousands and thousands of observations. It wasn't, I couldn't use it. So just making sure that you're focused on the right spots and collect data there all the time. And so you can, that's much a better way to connect what happened before a burn to what happened after the burn. So there's a lot there and hopefully we can have some conversation on it, but that's Nerd Tracks.
Great, Devin. Thank you so much for sharing that very succinct, quick, and dynamic presentation. Paul Charland, who is the TPOS program coordinator, has put in a link for a blog post from the 2004 workshop, so you could take a look at that. And if you're interested in participating, my understanding is that the training occurs in January-ish, or the registration opens in January.
Yeah, we try to post it around November, October. It comes up by January. And yeah, we target the first part of April in the spring.
Great. So if you keep an eye on the TPOS website for when they post that in the fall, and you're interested in participating and learning, we can also provide after this conference some additional resources on monitoring. But we're out of time for questions. We're coming in right at 1:30. I'm happy to stay on after if people do have questions. But we wanted to take the opportunity to thank Devin and Matt and Karen and Afghan for sharing their time and presenting today, as well as all of the presenters and the steering committee. One steering committee member that we also forgot to mention was Gary Lerner. It's very hard to retain steering committee members if you don't recognize their participation. So we had a lot going on today. We really appreciate all of the steering committee's efforts and time that is possible. We are always open and seeking anyone to join our steering committee. And so with that, we do have a questionnaire that will go out. as soon as you shut out of this program. And if you could please take the time to fill out the questionnaire, that helps us improve the programming every year. And there is a question on there. If you would like to join the steering committee, you can put your name and information in there. As far as tomorrow, the program starts at 9 a.m. for the webinar-based program. And then if you signed up for a field trip, you're going to report to your field trips there and the contact information. And then on Thursday, we will start up again with the State of the State presentations at 9 a.m. So I'm going to turn it over to Neil to do the final wrap up. Dave Salino had to go do a briefing for a mobilization of his crew to go out west. So I'm going to turn it over to Neil.
All right. Thanks, Polly. I want to thank all of our speakers today. Hopefully you all saw the intent from the steering committee in the presentations that we were able to pull together today. Regarding, doing anything in this field requires being resilient and adapting, and that's not just in the realm of the physical science of it all, but also obviously in the management, the planning, the collaboration, and the teaching. So all of that comes together, and hopefully you could see that through line today with the presentations that we had. I want to thank all of you for joining us today. Wish you well on your field trips, or if you're joining us tomorrow for the online session. And we look forward to seeing everyone Thursday morning.